Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson,
Excused.
Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez,
Excused.
Hendrickson, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman,
Excused.
Michelson Genet, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter,
Excused.
Mr. President.
Let's do this. Not yet.
Gonzalez. Mr. President.
Now, let's do this again. The morning roll call is 32 present, 0 absent, 3 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Baisley, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Visitors and members, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag? I pledge allegiance.
Approval of the journal. Senator Wiseman.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. President. I move the journal of yesterday, May Day, May 1st, Thursday, May 1st, 2025, be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Boy, no votes this morning. And the ayes have it, that motion's adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly engrossed Senate Bill 304, 316, 319, and 320. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 306 and 309. Correctly revised House Bill 1013, 1038, 1057, 1061, 1098, 1146, 1153, 1198, 1284, 1313, 1315, 1316, 1317, 1319, 1324, 1325, 1326, 1327, and 1330. House Joint Resolution 1028 and 1030. Correctly re-revised House Bill 1039, 1083, 1088, 1281, 1293, 1304, and 1318. Correctly enrolled Senate Bill 49, 69, 122, 169, 176, 181, 192, 195, 202, 271, 274, 291, 293, and 294.
Committee reports.
Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 321 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1021 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1065 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1121 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1157 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1186 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1188 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1189 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1271 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1278 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed in the consent calendar. House Bill 1296 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1311 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. House Bill 1328 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Moments of personal privilege. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Where did Robert just go? Robert,
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Is there anyone who has a moment of personal privilege?
Other than me.
Anyone?
We're only doing one.
Here comes one.
All right, come on.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, folks, I appreciate your just welcoming constituents of mine who just came to shadow and spend the day and see right up front and close and personal what their representatives are doing with the assignment that they've given us. So from all across Teller County, folks over on the west side. So please welcome.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like, I'm sorry, thank you, Madam President. I apologize. May I have a moment of personal privilege? I have a great coach.
Okay, granted.
Thank you. So, members, I don't know if you saw it this morning or actually last night, but I have a commissioner that's leaving us in Logan County. Commissioner Jerry Sonnenberg has been appointed by Donald Trump to be the director of the Farm Service Agency for Colorado. So I just would like to wish him well, and thank you for being a county commissioner. And I have a road that I have an issue with that I needed to talk to him about, but apparently, no, I don't. I just really am honored to be able to know Senator Sonnenberg, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Sonnenberg now, but Commissioner Sonnenberg, he's been a great advocate for agriculture, and this is so well-deserved. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Madam President.
Any other moments of personal privilege? Okay. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Madam President. May I ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Going to be happening over in the House here in just a little bit, but this last weekend we lost a good rancher, friend of agriculture down in southeast Colorado in a ranching accident. And I don't have his name right in front of me, but if you could keep his family and the community in your prayers. He was an FFA teacher down there also, so he had a pretty big circle of influence. So just keep them all in your prayers. Thank you.
All right. Senator Coleman, Mr.
Thank
President.
you very much, Madam President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members, on the occasion of his retirement from the Office of Legislative Legal Services, the Colorado General Assembly honors and extends its sincerest appreciation to Jason Gellender for his 28 years of dedicated service. Throughout his career, Jason has been known for drafting complex tax, fiscal policy, and transportation bills such as Best and Faster and the sustainability of rural Colorado, for being an expert on the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. I've never heard of that. This is my first time. And for handling the trickiest legal questions. In addition, Jason has reviewed hundreds of legislative contracts and, for almost 15 years, has spent countless hours setting thoughtful and legally sound titles as a member of the State Title Board. Throughout his career, Jason has set the highest standard of nonpartisanship and customer service, tirelessly working to deliver comprehensive, accurate, and carefully constructed bill drafts, legal memoranda, and responses to legislators' legal questions, even if it meant working through the night or missing one of his beloved Buckeyes football games. Since being named a team leader and assistant director in 2022, Jason has successfully mentored the individuals on his team and helped them provide the same high level of service that he has provided. Jason is also a friend to many, and his quirky sense of humor and knowledge of obscure facts will be greatly missed. Not to mention, he is one of the best dressed brothers in the building. Now, therefore, the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives honor and sincerely thank Jason Gellender for his many years of outstanding service to the Colorado General Assembly and wish him the best in his future endeavors upon his well-deserved retirement. Members, please join me in congratulating Jason Gellender.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
I have spent so many hours, including during Buckeyes games, with Jason Gellender, and he is absolutely amazing. There is no way we could have had the impact on the state around transportation and climate without his help. I have one amendment framed on my wall in my office, and it was one that he wrote and was incredibly important to Senate Bill 260. But Jason has been an incredible influence on the state. He is a kind, generous, humorous person, and I'm going to miss you so much. And I don't know how I'm going to pass legislation next year without you. And I just appreciate you so very much. And you are so good at your job, and you are so good at mentoring others to be good. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Jason, it's sometimes incredibly challenging in this building that is so riddled with partisanship. In a time where the right is further to the right than it's ever been, and the left is, well, I can't even see where they end at this point. But you find a way in an environment of that nature to craft policy that we are all glad to be able to put our hands on and say, we know this is quality, whether we agree with where it's taking us or not. That's not an easy thing to do. We push, we pull, we demand, we expect as legislators. And you, counselor, have always found a way to find the professional, clean, precise way to deliver what law should look like. On behalf of the Republican caucus, on behalf of all of my friends and colleagues, Jason Gellender, thank you.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. You know, I just sort of wanted to add a few of my own observations here. We all come in here, we are who we are, we work in the areas that we work in, and when we send requests downstairs, we don't always know how that they're going to be paired off, but it just happens that Jason is somebody I've probably intersected with a bit more than average over, I've been here 9 years now. I still have memos that he's written back on things like metro districts or the Supplemental Public Securities Act in Title 11. It's a real barn burner if you haven't read into that one. My first term was 17-18, and as alluded to, SB 267 was maybe the most consequential, controversial, certainly from a drafting standpoint, intricate legislation that session. Jason wrote that. Next year, SB 18001, transportation funding, again, 40-some pages, intricate, heavily debated and fought over. Jason wrote that one. Some point more recently, putting aside the politics of enterprises, I think we can all appreciate they're intricate from a drafting standpoint, if nothing else. So I was reading some bill and making a joke to another drafter because this bill had an enterprise in it. And I said, is there a macro downstairs, to just sort of put the enterprise language into a bill? The other drafter said, no, there's no macro, it's just Jason. So that's who we're losing. And Jason, thank you for giving so much of yourself to this place.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. To quote fastball, I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. The details. To quote fastball, you know there's always more than one way to say exactly what you mean to say. Now, in law, right, it is sort of math with words, so precision is extremely important, but we know from math there are elegant proofs and there are brute force proofs. And so other drafters, please, follow in the lead of Mr. Gellender, the beautiful way that he finds to craft the amendments that we need, the bills we need. This building is filled with people. At the end of the day, people are reading the legislation, they're reading the amendments, and ensuring that the people who are here can read the bill, understand the bill, can read the amendment, fall in love with the amendment, put it on their wall. This is an art that you have perfected and that we will miss dearly. Thank you for your service to the state.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
We have had a lot of amazing people tell us that they are leaving us this year. And I am very lucky to have worked with all of them. But I want to ground us in the fact that with their departure, we will also be losing 113 years of combined knowledge. And I want you to all to know that that knowledge is imprinted in this building, in the state of Colorado, in those books, forever. And so I think I can speak on behalf of all of us that our gratitude is immense, and that I don't think even all of the words that we are trying to express today is gratitude enough. So again, to everyone who's retiring, thank you so much and good luck, and we hope your next adventure is as equally as exciting as this one has been for you, so thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
So members, a lot of great things have been said about Jason, and they're all true, and I agree with all of them. I'm just going to tell a quick story about how incomparable and how knowledgeable this individual is. About a month or so ago, we were at the Joint Budget Committee, and we were talking about bills that we were going to bring forward. And one of them had to do with rodent control. Now, Mr. Gellender was not at the Joint Budget Committee. He wasn't over there with us at that time because he didn't think it was going to be, anything was going to come up until I started asking questions, which Senator Mobley always enjoys. But anyways, the rodent control was actually about prairie dogs. And I was bringing up comments about, is this going to impact the vote? Does this impact these things on prairie dogs? From all the way back in the 90s is when this bill was passed. And I think Senator Bridges, you were kind of looking at me like thinking I was crazy. And you know what? You want to know who runs and literally runs in the door at the Joint Budget Committee? Jason. Runs in, sits down, and he's like, yep, I know all about it. Right? Remember that? And he did. From that long ago, he knew the statute. He's pulling it up. He's like, yep, that's correct. Nope, it's not going to impact this. But he knew exactly what had been in that bill because he had been the guy who had helped draft it all the way back in 1999. You know, and it had to do with the vote of the Board of County Commissioners getting to decide whether or not prairie dogs get to relocate into their counties. That's how long ago. And we are not impacting that section of statute, just so you all know. But anyways, it was amazing. That is just how good he is, and we are going to miss you. I mean, seriously, he ran across the street, ran in, knew the answer, and was right there for us. So greatly appreciate everything you have done for the state of Colorado. You have truly left your fingerprint, your impact on the state for the betterment of Coloradoans, and we all greatly appreciate you. And I hope you have a great retirement and you do something really fun. And it's not about the Buckeyes. I just want you to know. Go Buffs.
Members, we will stand in a brief recess to congratulate Jason. Senate will come back to order. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senators Winter and Danielson to the roll. Consideration of governor's vetoes. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Finish your bite, finish your bite, finish your bite. Enjoy that burrito, it looks delicious. Consideration of governor's vetoes, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order to take up consideration of governor vetoes.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order for consideration of governor's vetoes. Consideration of governor's vetoes, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Bill 77 until Friday, May the 9th.
Members. The motion is to lay over the consideration of the governor's vetoes calendar Friday, May 9, 2025. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consideration of the governor's vetoes calendar will be laid over to Friday, May 9, 2025. Special orders, second reading of bills. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over special orders, second reading of bills until Monday.
Later in the day.
Later in the day. Lay over to late. Special order, second reading of bills till later in the day.
The motion is laid over the special order, second reading of bills calendar to later in the day. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Special order, second reading of bills calendar will lay over until later in the day. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read all the bills on titles of all the bills on the consent calendar.
Senate Bill 304 by Senator Weissman and Representatives Wilford and Froelich concerning measures to address the sexual assault kit testing backlog and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 319 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the administration of the income tax incentive for certain higher education costs incurred by eligible students and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 320 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning commercial motor vehicle transportation and in connection therewith reinstating and extending the sales and use tax exemption for certain heavy-duty motor vehicles, components and parts, adjusting the bridge and tunnel impact fee schedule for state fiscal years 2025-26 through 2027-28 and making an appropriation. House Bill 1057 by Representatives Duran and Weinberg and Senators Danielson and Simpson concerning the creation of the American Indian Affairs Interim Committee. House Bill 1146 by Representatives Byrd and Woog and Senators Kirkmeyer and Amabile concerning measures to ensure that sufficient juvenile detention beds are available to address juvenile crime in proportion to annual juvenile detention projections and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1284 by Representatives Duran and Senator Sullivan concerning the regulation of apprentices and licensed trades. House Bill 1315 by Representatives Sirota and Puglisi and Senators Weissman and Kirkmeyer concerning vacancies in the General Assembly and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1319 by Representatives Puglisi and Duran and Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez concerning vacancies in the Office of County Commissioner and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1313 by Representatives Story and Lindsay and Senators Mullica and Hendrickson concerning modifications to certain laws that are within the purview of the Capital Development Committee. House Bill 1316 by Representatives Bradley and Carter and Senators Exum and Rich concerning technical changes to definitions that apply to the laws regulating electronic monitoring of prescription drugs. House Bill 1038 by Representatives Hamrick and Johnson and Senators Marchman and Baisley concerning the implementation of an online platform to provide students pursuing post-secondary education with information about academic credit transfers. House Bill 1325 by Representatives Espinosa and Bradley and Senator Exum concerning updating statutory references to the amended definition of eligible person. House Bill 1317 by Representatives Bradley and Carter and Senator Exum concerning the correction of a defect in law that incorrectly references the standard for provider self-pay estimates for healthcare services. House Bill 1324 by Representatives Espinosa and Luck and Senators Ball and Catlin concerning clarification of the deadlines that are applicable to objections and protests concerning valuations of taxable property.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
House
Bill
1326 by Representatives Espinosa and Bradley and Senator Ball concerning updating terminology related to behavioral health safety net providers.
And now, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar, which are Senate Bill 304, Senate Bill 319, Senate Bill 320, House Bill 1057, House Bill 1146, House Bill 1284, House Bill 1315, House Bill 1319, House Bill 1313, House Bill 1316, House Bill 1038, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1317, House Bill 1324, House Bill 1326.
Any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing no discussion, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading of the bill's consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Any no votes? Senator Carson.
How many are left? I asked to be recorded on as a no vote on House Bill 1315, 1319, 1313, and 1146 and 1284.
Senator Carson will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1146, 1284, 1315, 1319, 1313. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be a no vote on House Bill 251146.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1146. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be registered as a no vote on the following 6 bills: Senate Bill 304, House Bill 1057, House Bill 1146, House Bill 1315, House Bill 1319, and House Bill 1313.
Senator Bays will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 304, House Bill 1057, 1146, 1315, 1319, and 1313.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be written as a no vote on House Bill 251319.
Senator Sullivan recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1319. Further no votes? Seeing none, with a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 304 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Judah, Kipp, Michelson Janae, Wallace, Cutter, Amabile, Winter, Judah again, Danielson, Kipp again, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Doherty, Henriksen, Mr. Majority Leader, Ball, Snyder, Bridges, Exum, Mullica, Carson, Liston. Please add the president. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 319 is passed. Co-sponsors: please add Senator Michelson Janae as a co-sponsor on 319. Also, Senator Kipp, Cutter, Judah. Please add Senator Exum as a co-sponsor on 319. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 320 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Henriksen. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1057 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Roberts, Wallace, Kipp, Judah, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Amabile, Winter, Weissman, Colker, Sullivan, Snyder, Bridges, Exum. Please add the president. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused. House Bill 1146 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Kip, Judah, Cutter, Gonzalez, Doherty, Weissman, Wallace, Snyder, Bridges, Pelton B., Frizzell, Exum, Mullica, Bright, Roberts, Pelton R., Catlin. Please add the president. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1284 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Kip, Wallace, Judah, Cutter, Danielson, Gonzalez, Amabile, Doherty, Bridges, Ball, Weissman. Please add the president. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1315 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Kip, Danielson, Wallace, Cutter, Doherty, Henriksen, Bridges, Exum, Mullica, please add the president as a co-sponsor. Members, before we take the vote on, or call the vote on 1319, Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Gonzalez as a no. You are welcome. With a vote of Senatorial 5. Yeah, but like generally. Oh, yeah, we back in the game. Again, House Bill 1319 with a vote of 30 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1319 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kip, Snyder, Bridges, Danielson, Doherty, Wallace. Co-sponsors on 1319. Correct. Please add the president. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1313 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson, Janae, 1313, Pelton B. Modifications to CDC. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1316 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson, Janae. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1038 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson, Janae, Kipp, Judah, Wallace, Winter, Cutter, Bridges, Carson, Bright, Catlin, Colker, Henriksen. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1325 is passed. Co-sponsors, please add the president. Just for you, my guy. What are we voting on? What are we co-sponsoring? Perfect. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1317 is passed. Co-sponsors. Oh man, what a great bill. Oh, there we go. Senator Monica. Senator Judah. I see the word defect. Bridges. Therefore, please add the president. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1324 is passed. Co-sponsors. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1326 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Amabile, third reading of bills. Final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1327.
House Bill 1327 by Representatives Sirota and Froelich and Senator Kipp concerning modifications to processes for statewide ballot measures.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1327 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1327. Are there any no votes? Senators Bright, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Rich, Pelton B. Mr. Minority Leader, Simpson, Carson, Pelton R. Catlin, Liston, Baisley. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1327 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Sullivan, Mr. Schaffler. Oh, please add Senator Michelson Janae as a co-sponsor on 1327. And Gonzalez. And Danielson. And Judah. Cutter. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1330.
House Bill 1330 by Representatives Titone and Soper and Senators Henderson and Baisley concerning exempting quantum computing equipment from the Consumer Repair Bill of Rights Act.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1330 on third reading and final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1330. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1330 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Mr. Minority Leader, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1013.
House Bill 1013 by Representatives English and Bacon and Senators Coleman and Exum concerning social visitation rights for a person confined in a correctional facility.
Boy, that's a smooth-looking brother in the well, ain't it? Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 251013 on final pass, third reading and final pass, and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1013. Are there any no votes? What? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Pelton B, Simpson, Liston, Baisley, Bright, Pelton R, Carson, Catlin. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1013 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Judah, Wallace, Winter, Cutter, Gonzalez, Amabile, Weissman, Kip, Ball, Sullivan, Henriksen, Danielson, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 316.
Senate Bill 316 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Taggart and Sirota concerning requirements for the money appropriated to the Department of Higher Education and in connection therewith making adjustments to appropriations made in the Annual General Appropriation Act for the 2025-26 state fiscal year and making an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 25316 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 316. Are there any no votes? With a, there is a no vote. Senator Carson, Baisley, Liston. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 316 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Judah, Exum, Cutter, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1098.
House Bill 1098 by Representatives Stewart and Soper and Senators Michelson, Janae, and Gonzalez concerning establishing an automated protection order notification system in the Division of Criminal Justice.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1098 on third reading and final passage and ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Please tell us why you want permission to offer a third reading amendment. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, there was a correction related to the effective date of protection orders in that was missed in House Bill 1148. And because we were able to catch that in working with judicial and our drafters, this amends that and creates a whole bunch of savings for, savings of headaches.
The
for
motion is
judicial.
Senator Gonzalez's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L10 to 1098.
Amendment L10,
Senator
amend revised
Gonzalez.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L10.
To the amendment. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. To be clear, House Bill 1148 was signed into law yesterday, which is why we're no longer amending another bill outside of the other bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Perfect. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L10 to House Bill 1098. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, L10 to House Bill 1098 is adopted. Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1098. Are there any no votes? Oh, wow, no votes. Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Pelton B., Pelton R., Rich, with a vote of 30 ayes, 4 no, 0 absent, 1 excused. House Bill, did you want to be a no? No. House Bill 1098 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Roberts, Kipp, Judah, Wallace, Cutter, Winter, Amabile, Weissman, Snyder, Bridges, Simpson, Exum, Dougherty, Carson, Mullica, Henriksen. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1198.
House Bill 1198 by Representatives Froelich and Brown and Senator Winter concerning the creation of a regional planning roundtable commission.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for third reading and final passage, House Bill 1098.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1198. We got you, though, on the record, House Bill 1198. Or does she need to make the motion again? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1198 on third reading and final passage.
There we go. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1198. Are there any no votes? What? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R., Roberts, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Simpson, Pelton B. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1198 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Judah, Michelson Janae, Kipp, Wallace, Cutter, Sullivan, Bridges.
I never look at it because I'm always too.
Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1061.
House Bill 1061 by Representatives Taggart and Bacon and Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer concerning creating a grant program for the development of community schoolyards and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 251061 on third reading and final passage. Ask for a yes vote. This is a great bill.
Further discussion, there is from the great Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think you might want to join with me in the advice I'm about to give to the youngsters of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Put the phone down and go outside.
Yes, put the phone down and miss all of your votes. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1061. Are there any no votes? you want to see children inside on their phones, please mark Senator Baisley as excused, as a no vote. Also no vote, Senator Liston. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1061 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Judah, Kipp, Michelson Janae, Doherty, Weissman, Cutter, Snyder, Bridges, Exum, Roberts, Catlin, Mullica, Mr. Minority Leader. Please add the President. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Velasco and Joseph and Senator Judah concerning a statewide language access assessment covering principal departments and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move my final bill of the session, House Bill 251153, on third reading and final passage.
Didn't you just ask for a late bill introduction? I'm just joking.
No, I did not.
Joking. Just joking. Further discussion, seeing none. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1153. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Pelton B, Rich, Pelton B again, Simpson, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Baisley. With a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1153 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Wallace, Amabile, Doherty, Gonzalez, Kipp, Cutter, Weissman, Henriksen, Ball, Sullivan, Bridges, Exum, Mullica. Please add the President. We'll take a senatorial 5.
then take Senate 1205 to pass out special.
Senate come back to order. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for reconsideration. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for reconsideration of House Bill 1013.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is reconsideration of House Bill 1013. Are there any no votes? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and reconsideration is granted. Mr. Shoflin, please read House Bill 1013.
House Bill 1013 by Representative English and Bacon and Senators Coleman and Exum concerning social visitation rights for a person confined in a correctional facility.
No, you're good. You're good. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1013 on third reading and final passage and ask for permission to run a third reading amendment.
Senator Exum, tell us why you need permission to run a third reading amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We had an amendment that strikes the word temporary from Section 5. It was something that we agreed on but mistakenly left that off. It provides clarity to ensure visits can be denied for individuals with court orders.
Very good. The motion is Senator Exum's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. Are there any? All those in favor say aye. I'm losing my mind. Opposed now? The ayes have it and permission is granted. There is a member of the desk. Mr. Shoflin, please read L006 to House Bill 1013.
Amendment L006.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L006.
Very good. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like I said earlier, this amendment strikes the word temporary from Section 5 of the bill, and this was agreed upon but mistakenly left off, and it provides clarity to ensure visits can be denied for individuals with court orders, including co-defendants, and would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L006.
Very good. The motion is the adoption of L006 to House Bill 1013. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, L006 is adopted. Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1013. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Simpson, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Liston, Baisley, Kaplan, Pelton R., Carson, Bright, Pelton B. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1013 is passed. Co-sponsors. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1335, amended as printed in House Journal May 1st, 2025. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bill 162, amended as printed in House Journal May 1st, 2025.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1335, without comment as amended Senate Bill 162.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to take a brief pause so special order calendars can be passed out so we can start the work. So, Senator 05.
Senator 05 has been requested and granted. running the count? Who's chairing? Mully. Hey, Mully, you ready, brother? What's up? Mully's got it. Dang. You're way better than him. I see Robert's having a conversation with Bessie, so we have to wait until he's done. You turned on? Senate will come back to order. Special orders. Second reading of bills. Consent calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to pull up special order second reading of bills consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 321, House Bill 1021, House Bill 1121, House Bill 1157, House Bill 1186, House Bill 1188, House Bill 1189, House Bill 1278, and House Bill 1288 at the hour of 11:45
The
a.m.
motion is the Senate take up those bills on special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar at the hour of 11:45 a.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills listed on special orders consent at the hour of 11:45 a.m. Special orders, second reading of the bills consent calendar. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of the bills consent calendar, and Senator Mullica will take the chair. Get your song.
Do they have a list of the calendar? Thanks, brother. We good? Can I go? Yeah. Good? The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed for everyone. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special orders of second reading of bills consent calendar?
Senate Bill 321 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez and Representative Joseph concerning measures to address air pollution levels related to the operation of motor vehicles in areas that do not meet federal national ambient air quality standards. House Bill 1021 by Representatives Lindstedt and Taggart and Senator Bridges concerning tax incentives for businesses that transition to employee-owned businesses in whole or in part. House Bill 1121 by Representatives Sukla and Lukens and Senator Peltonar concerning an option to register a trailer until it is transferred to another person. House Bill 1157 by Representatives Titone and Lindstedt and Senators Snyder and Baisley concerning the extension of the Advanced Industry Investment Tax Credit. House Bill 1186 by Representatives Martinez and Lukens and Senators Rich and Michelson Janae concerning expanding work-based learning experiences in higher education. House Bill 1188 by Representatives Froelich and Senators Michelson Janae for concerning the recommendations of the Mandatory Reporter Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1189 by Representatives Morrow and Weinberg and Senators Wallace concerning regulation related to the registration of motor vehicles. House Bill 1278 by Representative Byrd and Lukens and Senators Kirkmeyer and Michelson Janae concerning modifications to the statewide education accountability system and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1288 by Representatives Martinez and Winter and Senators Robertson Simpson concerning financial support for federally qualified health centers.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on second reading of bill special orders consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 321 in the Finance Report, House Bill 1021 in the Finance Report, House Bill 1121, House Bill 1157, House Bill 1186, House Bill 1188, House Bill 1189, House Bill 1278, and House Bill 1288.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the special order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 2nd, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 321, as amended, passed in second reading in order to engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1021, as amended, House Bill 1121, House Bill 1157, House Bill 1186, House Bill 1188, House Bill 1189, House Bill 1278, House Bill 1288, passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 321 is amended, passed second reading in order, gross place, count of third reading and final passage. House Bill 1021 is amended. 1121, 1157, 1186, 1188, 1189, 1278, 1288 passed second reading in order, revised place, count of third reading and final passage. Special orders, second reading of the bills. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills, which is House Bill 1094, House Bill 1122, House Bill 1163, House Bill 1171, House Bill 1259, House Bill 1267, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1271, House Bill 1274, House Bill 1291, House Bill 1296, House Bill 1311, House Bill 1328, House Bill 1333, House Bill 1065, House Bill 1295, House Bill 1249, House Bill 1309, House Bill 1001, and House Bill 1320 at the hour of 11:51.
The motion is the Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:51. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:51 a.m. Special orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills. And Senator Mulliken will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. The court rule is relaxed for everyone. Will the clerk please read the titles of all the bills? No. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1094?
House Bill 1094 by Representatives Brown and Johnson and Senators Pelton B. and Roberts concerning pharmacy benefit manager practices that affect prescription drug costs.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1094 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. In the Health and Human Services Committee, we made several amendments, including to strike the term net acquisition, replace it with price, and then strike some language in the delinking portion of the bill. This was a result of stakeholding with the PBMs and the advocates for the bill, and I think was a decent compromise. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 25-1094.
That motion has happened. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically what this bill does is allows a pharmacy benefit manager or PBM to earn income derived from the assessment of a flat dollar service fee, prohibits a PBM from earning income based at the cost of a prescription drug, prohibits a PBM from designing a formula to favor certain branded pharmaceuticals or biologic, sets the amount that a PBM shall reimburse an unaffiliated pharmacy or a PBM-affiliated retail mail order or special pharmacy for a prescription drug, requires a PBM to credit income derived from a source other than a flat dollar service fee for a health insurance carrier or self-funded health benefit plan, and requires a PBM to make certain documentations and data available to a carrier and self-funded plan or commissioner of insurance upon request. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 1094.
Seeing no,
House Bill 1094, sorry.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment or two to introduce.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L36?
Amendment L36, amend the Health and Human Services Committee
Senator
report
Baisley.
dated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L036 to House Bill 1094.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what this will do is expand on explanation with a report. It says that it will include these lines. It will replace some words with these words, that a PBM shall not earn any income from a carrier that is directly or indirectly based on the net acquisition costs of a prescription drug. So this will help put some guardrails around the PBM, frankly. So I ask for an aye vote on L36.
We'll be in a senatorial 5. I accidentally pushed a button.
Are those bells you?
Thank you. Oh, cool. We'll be back. We're back. Senator Baisley. I didn't mean to. I was trying to turn on the TV and push the button. I apologize. Senator Baisley.
Yes, I just asked for an aye vote on L36.
Yep. We are to Amendment L36. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We respectfully ask for a no vote on L36. This, striking these lines would negate almost the entirety of the point of the bill, and actually, the good senator from Woodland Park said it would put guardrails around PBMs. This would actually remove the guardrails that are being proposed. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L36, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment L36. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L36 is lost. To the bill. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L35?
Amendment L35, amend Ringrose
Senator
Bill, page
Baisley.
2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L035 to House Bill 1094.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me just read from here directly that we would add the words, the reimbursement may be structured as a percentage of reduced net acquisition costs paid by the PBM's client health benefit plan as a result of the PBM negotiations on behalf of their clients. And also, with the proviso that the prescription drugs pass through the, as the PBM passes the income through discounts and rebates as required. So I ask for an aye vote on L35 and ringing of the chimes.
Not doing that again. Senator Roberts, please, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. In the second line, it essentially makes the key provision of the bill optional, and in order to lower costs for our constituents, we don't want to make this optional. We want to make sure it actually does happen. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L35. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L35 is lost. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L.
One sec.
You're right. Let me get myself organized here.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L39?
Amendment L39, amend
Senator
gross
Baisley.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L39 to House Bill 1094.
That's a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Baisley.
So what this would do, this amends the petition clause at the end of the bill and extends the right of the people to object to this by 1 year from 2027 to 2028. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the desire to give some time for these changes to take effect, but we're going to ask for a no vote on this amendment because in the House, they actually already did make this compromise. They pushed out the effective date a full year from the introduced version of the bill. This would now push it out 2 full years, which is too long of a time in our opinion, so we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L39. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L39 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L37?
Amendment L37, amend and gross bill,
Senator
page
Baisley.
4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L37 to House Bill 1094.
That's a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this would make the following change here. So in the current words, contract between a PBM and covered person's health benefit plan must include a provision that requires the PBM to disclose prescription drug cost information to the health benefit plan, including claims level, pharmacy data, and PBM income derived from prohibited sources that the PBM must pass through the health benefits plan in accordance with the subsection. Now, then the information must be provided within 30 days after the date of notification to the PBM by the health benefit plan. This amendment would change that from 30 days and extend it out to 60 days to give more time to respond and provide that information. So I ask for an aye vote on L37.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We asked for a no vote on L37. This is amending language that was amended in the House as part of a compromise and a rewrite of this portion of the bill, and so we have not discussed undoing that compromise and asked for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L37. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L37 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L38?
Amendment L38, amend and gross bill, page 5, after line
Senator
3.
Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L038 to House Bill 1094.
That's a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this would add at the end of the bill, substantive portion of the bill, the following, that beginning in January of 2027 and every January 1 thereafter, manufacturer registered in this state shall submit a report to the commissioner concerning how the prohibitions on PBMs in this section impact the discounts and fees paid by the manufacturers. The manufacturer shall submit the report in a manner determined by the commissioner, which report shall include the fees and discounts that would have otherwise been paid to PBMs if not for the prohibitions on PBMs in this section. A PBM shall not assess a fee related to this subsection 5. So the idea of this is to try to document through the Commissioner of Insurance the impact of the bill if this bill were to pass and get signed into law. So I ask for an aye vote on L38.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you to the good senator for bringing this amendment. I appreciate the intent. I believe that some of this data and reporting is already available, and so this may be redundant, but having not had the chance to look at this prior, I can't say that for sure. So as right now, I'm going to ask for a no vote, and we will confirm whether this information is publicly available or not.
Seeing no further, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just step in on this. I appreciate the openness to thinking about this. I don't know if this amendment doesn't go on. The idea of transparency and understanding as we move forward. This is a pretty significant policy change that we're making here. Love it or hate it, the reality is it's going to be a material change, and the sort of transparency that Amendment 38 asks for, I think is beneficial. I'm glad that the sponsors are willing to consider that. I urge support of Amendment 38 as part of that conversation. It's one of those, I learned a long time ago in business, to agree in the future is to disagree. And so I will say, golly, we probably ought to put this on now instead of saying it's going to look better in the future. So I rise in support of Amendment L38.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L38, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L38 is lost. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk.
Last one.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L34?
Amendment L34, amend the Health and Human Services
Senator
Committee
Beasley.
report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last amendment. So this would replace the...
Senator Beasley, do you have a
Oh,
motion?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got ahead of myself. I move L034 to House Bill 1094.
That is a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this would replace the following words here, that the subsection does not prevent a PBM from negotiating a prescription drug rebate or other discount as a percentage. I make sure nope, I'm sorry. Really got ahead of myself. So replace that the PBM shall not earn any income that is directly or indirectly based on the net acquisition cost of a prescription drug, including income from prescription drug markups, co-payments that exceed the cost of prescription drugs, upcharging or spread price, group purchasing organization revenues, manufacturer-derived revenues, or other arrangements concerning the pricing of prescription drugs. So this is where the PBMs kind of typically are making their earning their keep, and this would displace all of that and replace it with the words that a PBM shall not design a prescription drug formulary to favor themselves. So it's more general in concept, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. Similar to a previous one, this essentially strikes the main impact that the bill is seeking to provide to consumers. And for that reason, we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of, Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Should we vote no, I ask that the chimes be rung. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L34, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes definitely have it. Amendment L34 is lost. To the bill. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the discussion on these amendments to the good senator from Woodland Park. We think this is illustrative of some of the conversations we've been having during committees and as this bill has made its way to the Senate floor. I just wanted to take a quick moment and first thank the good senator from Sterling for working on this with me and just talk briefly about what the bill does and does not do. The bill does not eliminate the ability for PBMs to operate. In fact, no one believes that it will. PBMs serve an important purpose to try to negotiate a lower price for prescription drugs for insurance carriers and thus consumers. But what this bill seeks to do is some reform to make sure that that actually happens and that those savings are seen by our constituents. We made a very significant amendment in the Senate Health and Human Services Committee after negotiating with the PBMs that I think strikes a good balance between allowing them to continue some of their practices as they currently do, but also making some important reforms to lower prescription drug prices for our constituents. Obviously, prescription drug pricing and healthcare in general is incredibly complicated. There are many levels in the negotiation chain. PBMs, again, serve a purpose. They will not be ceased to operate because this bill passes. But what I will think will happen is our constituents will see lower drug prices, and that will be good for the state of Colorado. So therefore, I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the good senator from Frisco as well. I know when I came over here, I was like, I worked on it a lot over in the house, and I said, I'm burned out, I need your help. So it was great he took over the negotiations, did a wonderful job. I just have to say, from the very beginning when we did this bill, we all understand that PBMs are necessary and we need to have them to be able to negotiate the drug price. We're just making sure that it just stays at the best rate for the consumer. So I really do appreciate everybody who worked on this bill, and I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1094.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the passage of House Bill 1094. All those in favor say aye. No. If you're opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1094 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1122?
House Bill 1122 by Representatives Leader and Richardson and Senator Sullivan and Liston, concerning a requirement that a commercial motor vehicle have a human present when the commercial motor vehicle is being driven by an automated driving system.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1122.
That's a proper motion to the bill. Senator Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill was heard before the Energy and Transportation Committee here a couple weeks ago. Time flies. And there's really three issues that this bill is trying to address. Number one is the safety concerns. When you're dealing with autonomous vehicles, especially with your large commercial rigs, everybody wants safety. So that's definitely paramount. Also, the legal and the liability if something should happen. This bill is trying to address that. And also about the workforce. I guess the analogy that I would draw is that just like over the last several years, we've seen EVs, electric vehicles, make progress. Autonomous vehicles are also making progress. And we just want to make sure, the good senator from Centennial and I, especially when it comes to the large rigs, if and when there should be autonomous vehicles for the large rigs, that when they're going down the highway or wherever they're going, that this bill has, that we want to make sure that there is a real person in the rig. I don't know how you might feel, but I feel that with a heavy-duty CDL rig that is loaded to the max with goods and so forth, coming down the mountain passes I-70, whatever it may be, that it's only logical, at least for the time being, that there is a human being in there to monitor what's going on. So that's what House Bill 1122 is doing. It had a good, fair hearing, and we respectfully ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1122.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the sponsors. I did hear the bill in Transportation and Energy sometime in the last few days, and just offer some perspectives, both from a personal perspective and also thinking about, is it a little premature, and do you put the thumb on the scale a little bit too much and maybe stymie some innovation if you're required to do this? State Patrol and CDOT both currently they manage this process today, and right now there are no commercial vehicles operating in an autonomous mode. I've had some experience in my career and have watched this technology grow and improve over time, working in the mining industry in particular, watching a transition from trying to keep employees out of harm's way, particularly a dozer pushing on a stockpile of material where there's a danger potentially of falling into a hopper. Years ago, moving to a joystick remote control where nobody's actually sitting in the dozer, but you're running it from a joystick, all the way up to The last coal mine I worked at was part of a company that operated an iron ore mine that the truck fleet was entirely autonomous. So these are a fleet of 40 or 50 Caterpillar 797F trucks. They're 400-ton capacity trucks operating at 35 to 40 miles an hour. Keep in mind, it's not apples to apples. You're not out on the public highway doing this, but you are interacting with maintenance vehicles and service vehicles and surveyors, and there's an abundance of other activity. And it was clearly demonstrated you can actually do this in this space with better outcomes and a safer work environment for everybody. I just think we're, again, a little bit too rushed to put the thumb on the scale in this space and potentially stymie innovation. And look, I wasn't going to bring forward an amendment today, but part of the language in the bill, I would seek some clarity from the sponsors. The very first section talks about automated driving systems for commercial motor vehicles. A person shall not use an automated driving system on a roadway to drive a commercial motor vehicle. So it's not distinction between private roadways and public roadways, but I would hope the intent from the sponsors and the language was really it should be intentional just to public roadways. Like I would like to be able on my farm, where I have not fully autonomous equipment, but I do have partially autonomous equipment where I cut my hay with a swather that has a steering guidance system in it, that I cut center pivot sprinkler systems, and I start on a pivot track and I start cutting and I tell the system I'm cutting a center pivot, and it says, I don't know, after 600 or 700 feet, it says, I know what you're doing. I know where the pivot point is. I know how wide your cut is. I can take over, and it takes over and cuts for me. I have to turn it around at the other end when I get there and then push the button, and it automatically takes off again and takes the next 16-foot swath. So I was really just seeking some clarity from the sponsors that is it intended just for applicable only on public roadways, or is it really intended to be both private and public? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was amended out, changed when it was over in the House by the original sponsors. So that is, in fact, what the intention was, is for public roadways.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and forgive me, sponsors, for not going through the statute books and look at all the different violations that are in the bill. My question is, do the hours of operation that are currently for driver vehicles still apply to an autonomous commercial vehicle? I'm just wondering if the hours of operation that are currently in place for semis, will that be the same with an autonomous?
Senator Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, we're not changing any of those laws. So if there's a person in the cab during all of that time who's supposed to be monitoring, that would mean that person needs to be alert and awake, so that the laws would still be the same.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1122. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1122 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1163?
House Bill 1163 by Representatives Stewart and Taggart and Senator Robertson Simpson concerning free access to state parks for Colorado Ute tribes.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 251163. There are no committee reports.
To the bill, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 1163 is a culmination of several years of work between the two sovereign nations, tribes that reside, that physically exist inside the boundaries of the state of Colorado, the Ute Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute. And it's taken quite some time to build stronger relationships with the tribe. There are a number of bills this session. This body actually, and we actually hear a reconsideration of a bill we ran earlier, Senate Bill 61, about the construction of laws and how it implies to that very special, unique entity called two sovereign nations of the state of Colorado. That passed unanimously out of here. and on a 64-1 vote in the House. There's a recognition that the two tribes bring a perspective and a uniqueness about them that warrants what I would characterize as something of special consideration. This is the tribe's original homelands. They're not nomadic. This is where they are from. And it took a good bit of time and effort and energy to finally reach a point where we were comfortable offering a policy perspective that granted access to state parks to the two tribal communities. That conversation was accelerated last summer and into the fall and into this session. And then how do you think about the hundreds of thousands of other Native Americans that reside in Colorado? We really came to a spot where, again, trying to focus and recognize that special relationship that the state of Colorado has with those two sovereign nations. I can't tell you how meaningful it was for me to pick up representing the two tribes when redistricting happened 2 years ago. And have been invited twice to come sit and talk and speak in front of tribal council, and a recognition of how special that is. This is a sovereign nation within the state of Colorado. I just couldn't tell you how humbling of an experience it was. And then I grew up here, went to grade school and elementary school and high school in Colorado, probably studied some Colorado history at point, and I'm sure we had a little bit of focus about Native American history and the Ute tribes in particular, but I guarantee you it wasn't as detailed and thoughtful and engaged as really the education I've had over the last 2 years. It's been really meaningful and special to me, and I feel very honored to represent the two tribes and happy to bring forward this bill again that moves us a step closer in building those really unique, strong relationships between those two sovereign nations and the state of Colorado. Ask for your support of 1163.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to the good senator from Alamosa for his leadership on this issue and many issues impacting both the tribal nations that are within his Senate district as well as American Indian Affairs issues more broadly. It was a pleasure to serve with him on the interim committee last interim and learn more about these issues together. This bill, the good senator talked about what the bill does. I just wanted to briefly talk about what the bill does not do and what we might have a little bit of discussion here about. There has been a request to add in all Native people who live within the state of Colorado to the provision that allows park access, state park access for free. As the good senator from Alamosa noted, this bill allowing free park access for the two tribal nations that have land within Colorado has been the result of many years of formal government-to-government negotiation and consultation. That is unique. That is important, and it is unique. And it is the desire of the two tribal nations through that negotiation to start with this. Not for fiscal reasons, not for any reasons of disrespect to the other Native people in Colorado, but that this is a big conversation, and it is important to start in places rather than take big steps without having full buy-in from the entire conversation. I do want to point everybody to language that was added in the House on the re-engrossed bill starting at the very bottom of page 4 and continuing on to page 5, which formalizes in statute that outreach and engagement with the other Native people in Colorado about the topic of free access to state parks will and must continue, and that the department needs to report to the legislature in 2026 and 2027 about how that is going. I want to state very clearly on the record that it is my intention that this is a first step, not the last step, that those conversations should and will continue, and I look forward to being a part of them and encouraging them to happen over the next few years. This bill is not being brought in any way to disrespect anyone. It is being brought to further the relationship that the state of Colorado has with these two sovereign nations and allow them access to land in Colorado that is significantly important to them. So with that, I thank you, colleagues, for your interest in this and encourage an aye vote on House Bill 1163.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request a brief Senatorial 5?
Senatorial 5 has been requested. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just didn't realize it was coming up this quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1163. And it is not without deep concern and deep regret. And I will say that this is in no means meant to be any disrespect to the sponsors of the policy in the House or in the Senate. This is not meant to be a disparagement on any member of this body for voting whatever way that you decide makes the most sense for you. This is about actually sovereignty. This is about what does it mean to acknowledge harm and to therefore listen to the folks who have been harmed in order to ensure that as we move forward, we are advancing healing. Some of you all may know that earlier this week, I postponed indefinitely a bill that was brought to me by Native members of my community. In my district, I represent a large number of Indigenous folks, Native folks, folks who are enrolled members of various tribes and nations across the country, some including the Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute people, but also folks who have ancestral community connections to the land now known as Colorado. Cheyenne and Arapaho people, specifically. They brought me a bill that sought to amend the statute that was passed in 2020 as we were in the early and unfolding moments of the COVID-19 pandemic. There was policy advanced to create a genocide and Holocaust studies requirement within K-12 public education. I supported that bill, and I think many of us here who had the honor of serving in that time did support that bill as well. My constituents came to me and asked me to run a bill to amend that statute to acknowledge that the Colorado state government and the U.S. government, federal government, the U.S. Army specifically, had engaged in genocidal acts right here in Colorado, namely the Sand Creek Massacre. So I moved forward. I said, yes, of course. Oh my gosh. How could I say no? Moved forward, worked with proponents, started hearing questions from folks, stakeholders, community members who were concerned that if you run a bill with the word genocide in it, is that going to bring up a debate around what is currently taking place right now on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean? And I worked through that, listened deeply to say, I can only control the words that come out of my mouth. That is not my intent. My intent is to talk about the actions for which the Colorado territorial government and the U.S. government at the time took active part in, celebrated, and up until 2020, on the west steps of the Capitol, there was a monument celebrating those actions. Over the time that I have been in this chamber, I entered in 2019. Former Senator Carrie Donovan ran a bill her last year in the legislature to create the space in the interest of advancing communication, understanding, and dare I say healing, to receive as legislators addresses from the Southern Ute Indian tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. That has been helpful, and I am grateful for it. We are a better state because of it. Little did I know that I was committing harm by advancing this bill requested by my constituents, requested by descendants of the survivors of Sand Creek. The harm I caused prior to introducing the bill, prior to saying yes, I did not consult with the sovereign nations here in Colorado. The Southern Ute Indian tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute Indian tribe. I caused harm. And I had to listen to that. As difficult as it was to hear, I cried. I cried with folks. I cried separate tears on my own because my intentions were good. I was not trying to cause any harm. Why can't we just move forward? It took me time to actually discern that this isn't about me. It's not about any one person. This is a question of structural harm that has been caused and caused and caused and forgotten over decades and generations. That harm that was caused prior to Colorado even achieving statehood. You all heard me speak earlier this session at the well, talking about my people have been here since before. That process of what happened, of colonialism, of manifest destiny, the threads of that work found their way into the bill that I sought to run, Senate Bill 123, to ensure that the genocidal acts that the Colorado territorial government and the U.S. government engaged in, little did I know that I was picking up those threads by not acting with that level of intention and care. Those threads get picked up in this bill too. Why do I argue that? Why would I be so bold as to speak those words here into this chamber about this bill that is well-meaning, that is based on consultation with the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute Indian tribes? Why would I say that? Because of the harm that picking who gets to move forward and who gets asked to wait. There is a long history of broken promises. There is a long history of broken promises and broken treaties. That when you ask Native people about, it stirs up a lot of that generational trauma. I first became aware of this bill after I read a news article about the initial hearing in the House. I didn't even know that this bill existed until then, I will confess. Then I ran into a colleague from at an event in community. And she explained to me some of the dynamics that were at play. And then it started to make sense. Then I started to understand, oh. And my colleague used this phrase, Councilmember Stacy Gilmore from Denver City Council, used this phrase, this is creating a lot of lateral violence. And it wasn't the first time I'd heard that phrase, but it was the first time that it clicked as it related to the work that I was doing on this other bill, and also the tensions that had begun to play out related to this policy, House Bill 1163. I said, well, okay, well, let's see how this all works. I know nothing about how anything ever in the House ever works, so hopefully they will figure it out. I hope. On Thursday, April the 3rd, I was sent an email following communications that were sent by the Department of Natural Resources. And I'm going to read from it so that you all have a full understanding of what it is that we are talking about here today. April 3rd, 2025. Good afternoon. As many of you know, the legislation I reached out about in December has now been introduced as HB 251163. We appreciate many of you engaging with us on this bill. I'm reaching out to share the attached amendment, which the bill sponsors are preparing to offer on second reading of the bill in the House. This amendment codifies Colorado Parks and Wildlife's commitment to building on existing efforts to conduct outreach to and engagement with the Southern Ute Indian Tribe and the Mountain Ute Tribe, as well as with other tribal governments, American Indian communities, and indigenous communities on opportunities related to state parks with reporting requirements back to the legislature. As outlined in my last email, below are the additional details on this engagement process. Stakeholder and community engagement. Concurrently with the proposed legislation, CPW is also advancing greater stakeholder and community engagement efforts through its online Engage CPW platform entitled State Parks Engagement with American Indian and Indigenous Communities, parentheses, Engage CPW page. The purpose of this dedicated outreach is to help DNR and CPW gather initial information to better understand the experiences and needs of all visitors to Colorado state parks, but especially tribal government representatives and greater American Indian and Indigenous communities. The feedback provided by individuals and communities will also help inform the direction of future discussions of how CPW can continue meaningful engagement with tribal nations and the diverse American Indian and Indigenous populations located throughout Colorado on topics related to state parks. The Engage CPW page also provides additional information related to CPW's current effort to run legislation. If you're interested in providing feedback to DNR and CPW, please take a few moments to read the Engage CPW page and respond to the feedback form provided at the bottom of the page. Please note that the feedback form will remain open through April 30th, 2025. Thanks again for your interest in this legislation, and please don't hesitate to reach out with any questions. Best regards. That evening, a leader within the Native community who has come and spoken here, who has worked often on many pieces of legislation with us, Raven Payment, responded that same evening. And I read her words to you now so that we all understand. Thursday, April 3rd, 2025, 11:18 p.m. Greetings all. In the interest of candor, I haven't used a BCC list to address that it is deeply disheartening to see, once again, this agency proceeding with an amendment directly impacting a historically excluded population without meaningful, good faith efforts for dialogue. Rather than genuine conversation to find a solution, you have provided neither context nor transparency around the decisions in this amendment, nor have you outlined authentic avenues for future engagement. To be abundantly clear, referring American Indian stakeholders to a survey that closes mere weeks before the end of the legislative session and after a bill is already introduced is not genuine engagement. After the past year of this behavior, and despite several conversations of education and context to change, I have to conclude that the continued disrespect to the 200,000 plus American Indians that are not members of the two sovereign entities that have reservation lands in Colorado is intentional. Our community has spent countless hours of unpaid and deeply emotional labor in educating and advocating for rights and lands that should have never been taken in the first place. I no longer possess the words to tell you again how harmful it is for our people, especially our elders, to repeatedly explain in meetings, emails, and committees that they should not be met with financial barriers to the lands and sacred sites that their ancestors were massacred for. Outside of a persuasively written explanation, I find the lengthy time frame to codify future engagement to be unacceptable, and the lack of tangible action outside of 2 reports to a committee that no legislator describes as effectual is unacceptable. Further, as I've outlined in the concerns above, if the intent of quote-unquote continued engagement is predicated on the process so far, I will say that this is also unacceptable. As has been done on other recent pieces of legislation specific to a marginalized community, including American Indians, at a minimum, I suggest that any efforts to codify future engagement include a Native-led and Native-filled advisory committee with actionable steps for developing recommendations in a realistically accelerated time frame. Frankly, this is already hundreds of years too late. A starting point would be the steering committee outlined in HB 1444, Federal Indian Boarding School Research Program, which we developed in tandem with the Black Coloradan Racial Equity Study Commission for Senate Bill 24-053. I hope These words inspire hearts and minds to come together for meaningful change. This is a massive opportunity to change the ugly legacy of manifest destiny and the way government agencies have treated American Indians. We deserve better, and I am confident we can work together to make this right. With that, I have hopes to write nicer emails in the future. Chi Miigwech, with gratitude, Raven Payment. From there, the amendment moved forward. Conversations have continued. The discussions of good faith. We've put an amendment in this bill. I understand, and I mean no impugnment. Again, to the bill sponsors, but Native communities have heard this before. The department thereafter responded with a very long email. And I'm trying to actually decide how much to read. Happy to.
We are on House Bill 1163. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That email was sent by Ms. Payment on Thursday, April the 3rd. The follow-up email was sent by the department Saturday, April 5th. A segment. I am attaching information that I believe is relevant to understanding how this legislation moving forward in its current form is. No, actually, I apologize. That's not this email. There were several responses to that initial email. And here we are. There is a question. There is a question that we have to grapple with. In moving forward with this bill, do we unintentionally open up old wounds that no one individual person is responsible for? But collectively, we as 35 members of the Senate, the 65 members of the House, and one governor, collectively, we can actually make decisions on whether or not we're going to open up wounds for some in order to advance healing for some. This should not have to be and could have absolutely not been a zero-sum game. And yet here it is, Friday, May the 2nd, with a legislative session, sine die, swiftly approaching, mere hours away. And we actually have to decide whether or not we want to be a part of that collective causing of harm and collective healing. There is no easy answer. I wish that there was. A leader within my community, member of the Oglala Lakota Nation, member of the Denver American Indian Commission, born on the Pine Ridge Reservation and resident of Denver, Colorado, Cecilia Bernice Bullbear. Following the testimony that was heard in the Senate Ag Committee, wrote, "We are the indigenous people of our Mother Earth. This land belongs to all here in the United States we call Turtle Island. We Native tribes are accountable to show respect, generosity, and compassion. To share together, my people of many tribes and nations feel frustrated, sadness not being able to implement our Creator vision while fighting greed and cultural displacement. Please don't let the state have only the Utes have free access to the state parks. We, the tribes, have feelings. A quote from Black Elk speaks to Lakota people and how we feel there's no line where, quote, the natural world ends and human beings begin, whether they be plants or animals or people. We are children of one mother and their father is one spirit interdependent with our nature, quote. In the state of Colorado, we are expecting you to not let this bill pass for only our Ute relatives. Let all tribes have free access. In respect, I ask we enable the same peace to our national parks. Thank you. Cecilia Bernice Bullbear." That's what we have to grapple with. Yes. We're in a budget crisis. Yes. This bill has already been introduced. Yes. There is an amendment. Yes. We have commitments. No, it doesn't mean if you vote no on this bill or yes on this bill that you're a good or a bad person. This is about acknowledging the generational harm and trauma that this government, that we all wear these black badges with pride to represent caused, and could cause again. When I heard that this bill was coming over to the Senate. I appreciate the conversation I had with the sponsors. And I asked them directly. I think the right thing to do is postpone indefinitely this bill in order to start in a good way, to start fresh, to acknowledge harm caused. Because as much as I could have run the traps on another piece of legislation important to me, important to constituents, I could have said, yeah, I got the votes. I can get the votes. We can get good policy forward, and that's okay, and we can work together in the future. That act would have also caused lateral harm. So I asked the bill sponsors to not. And I respect their decision to be responsive to their constituents, to their stakeholders, to the Southern Ute Indian tribe and to the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. But we've been here before. Based on Article 5 of the Horace Creek Treaty of 1851, the following nations have hunting, fishing, and possible future claims. They can pass over these lands unless that specific right has been abrogated in another treaty. Lakota Sioux, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Crows, Assiniboine, Mandan, Hidatsa, thank you, Arikaris. Note, if you don't believe that the Treaty of 1851 was valid, these rights remain intact and are inherent unless removed explicitly by Congress. Also, nations who ceded land in this state now known and recognized as Colorado, who ceded land via treaties. Yes, the Southern Ute tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, but also the Ute Indian tribe of the Uinta and Ouray Reservation in Utah, the Cheyenne and Arapaho of Oklahoma, the Kiowa Indian tribe of Oklahoma, the Comanche Nation in Oklahoma, the Apache tribe of Oklahoma, and the Eastern Shoshone tribe of Wind River Reservation in Wyoming. To be clear, the Northern Cheyenne and Northern Arapaho never ceded their land in Colorado. Do you see now why, in moving forward this bill, we have commitments from the departments to run a bill next year when a generation, and before that, a generation, and before that, a generation previous to, actually also had promises made via treaty. I told y'all about how proud I was to bring forward, alongside the good senator from Alamosa, the bill to ensure that treaties were observed and respected when it came to folks who look like me, when it came to my ancestors. Land grant lands. These are the same issues that were taking place concurrently. Yeah, it's messy and complicated that some of those treaties, that some of those promises were honored because my ancestors called themselves Spanish instead of Indians. And in so doing, some folks still lost their land, but some folks were able to hold on to it. This bill brings up old wounds. And maybe y'all say, how long is she gonna go? I've gotta go get lunch. But there's always time to do the right thing. There's a lot more to say. There's a lot more that could be said. But really, if we are going to actually listen to the people directly impacted in this bill, and the folks who are directly impacted by finding themselves outside of this bill, if you haven't heard their words, nothing else I say will change your minds. I ask for a no vote on this bill. There's a long history that this bill is crafted to attempt to heal. No one bill solves it. And if folks have waited 100 years or longer, why not move forward in a good way with everyone at the table together? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body.
Further discussion.
Senator Danielson, I will just remind the members if we can please be in the so we can get called on. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that my colleague had an opportunity to finish her passionate remarks without distraction. Good afternoon, colleagues. I just wanted to say a few words because I've been working on these issues for years, and if this measure passes forward, and to acknowledge some of the, I think, future work that may come, it is important to address some things now, especially since next year is my last year here. So first, I want to say that, and I've talked with the community about this bill for a long time, and they know that I'm supporting it. And no one begrudges the Ute members, the Ute community for gaining this access. I wanted to bring things back a little bit because I've been working on this issue for years, and what I understood the purpose of an effort like this to be, and again, I mean, I'm a fourth generation Coloradan, but I'm not a Native woman. So it's been my privilege to work alongside this community that I adore, I value, I feel very, very close to, these individuals and the communities generally. They're just extraordinary people, and it's been my privilege to work with them on issues from land annexation to regalia, which is now, we're in graduation season, MMIR, mascots. I mean, we've done so much in the last 5 years. This has been a perennial issue that's been brought up, but has never yet been come to consensus within the community. And we should have I guess, a larger sense of obligation, more of a dedication to consultation, overextend yourselves when it comes to getting feedback and approval that you're working on policy that really came from the community that you're not a part of. My understanding was, and I think this is pretty common sense, is that as the years progress, it becomes more important for Native people to reconnect with their culture if they've become, removed from it. Going to these places for gathering, for hunting, for fishing, for hiking, camping, that this is a part of for some, their religion, for some, their customs, their culture, but for many, it was their land. There are 51 tribes who called this geographic border of Colorado home, and many of them were forcibly removed by us, which is a past that we must continue to acknowledge and do our part to address when the community points us in the direction of what that means. What I understand is it's this reconnection, and a financial barrier is just wrong. It used to be their lands. They shouldn't have to pay to go into a park. That's a pretty straightforward idea. So if there are future efforts here, because I am joyful that, and I know the council members well, and both of the chairmen, and I know a number of the members themselves, I'm joyful that this is being extended to them. The problem is that when the department came with this, it was out of order and with a real lack of process that has had a damaging effect. This was not a surprise to me because I do a lot of work in the community. I was made aware of this after our interim committee, and I discussed this with the department, and DNR made it clear that this was a goal. And I said, that's fine, but you need to make sure that you're moving forward on behalf of the community and not dropping legislation before there's consultation. And that didn't happen. And so why wouldn't they do the surveys, the community engagement? And then my second question was, have you hired a Native firm to do the surveys? What is the plan? You can't just, there are always going to be consequences when you go out of order like this. So I strongly encourage, if there is future work here, to really take all of this into consideration, because there are broad and deep implications for this kind of exclusion. And it will be long-lasting. I'm already seeing it in the other policies that we're doing this year. It's significant. And I'm happy to support both of the Ute councils in their efforts here. Among the 51 nations that were removed from Colorado is one of the Ute nations who, is not in favor of this legislation. So if we can, keep in mind moving forward, if we're talking about anything near this, it really does need to be done in a thorough way. And again, I had similar conversations with the sponsors early, so thank you for taking the time with me there. And the testimony that I heard in committee in both chambers was painful. But, you know, it was not directed at the youths. It was directed at the department and the process, and much of what the good senator from Denver described. These are avoidable mistakes moving forward. And Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me some, a little bit of discretion here because, like I said, my last year is next year. We need to continue this dedication to Native people across the state. It is an amazing group of individuals who, like she said, have come here to advocate on behalf of our Native friends and neighbors. And there is room here for improvement. And there are a number of issues that won't be addressed by the time I leave. So I congratulate you all in your efforts moving forward. But do keep in mind some of these avoidable mistakes because they do have real consequences. And as none of us is a Native person, not one of us in this building, there's only ever been one Native member of the House or Senate in the state of Colorado. One. Something I also hope to change before I go, but that's another topic. We must always remember that you have to overextend yourself. If you think you've done enough consultation, do more. To continue to work on behalf of a community that you are not a part of, but has a purpose here. And with no formal representation, it does require you to go beyond what you're used to do the right thing. So, thank you, folks.
Senator Gonzalez.
Briefly, because I do think that this matters. I'm not going to play some sort of gotcha. I'm not going to call division. I'm not going to try to play games. This is not about that. Because this matters. Because it is with a great deal of respect, care, and concern, should this bill move forward to third reading, I want you all to know and hear it from me now that I'll request a roll call vote. So that each and every one of us will have to say the words out loud in a written and recorded manner. In this process, there will be good done, but at what cost? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the passage of House Bill 1163. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1163 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1171?
House Bill 1171 by Representatives Byrd and Basnicker and Senator Hendrickson concerning adding motor vehicle theft to the list of offenses that apply to the offense of possession of weapons by previous offenders.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1171 on the Senate Judiciary Report.
To the Senate Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In second reading of the House, an amendment was added on to the bill that removes, thank you, or it creates a ability for an individual to petition for the restoration of their firearm possession rights after a period of time clean and free of criminal charges. That amendment was stripped off by a subsequent amendment that came into the Judiciary Committee, and I renew my motion for the adoption of the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we have now is a bill that adds to the list of palpable offenses to our criminal statutes first-degree motor vehicle theft. First-degree motor vehicle theft takes place on your third or subsequent conviction of motor vehicle theft, and I ask for an aye vote on 1171.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1171? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1171. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1171 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1259?
House Bill 1259 by Representatives Froelich and Brown and Senators Cutter and Doherty concerning assisted reproduction and in connection therewith adopting in vitro fertilization and other assisted reproduction and fertility protections and eliminating other administrative requirements.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1259 on second, as amended, excuse me, back up. I move House Bill 1259 and the committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Senator Doherty.
Thank you. We had a number of amendments that was in response to feedback we received from various proponents and opposition. Among the things we added in amendments, we amended the ledge deck, we eliminated duplication of language, we made technical changes, we addressed concerns regarding medical updates, and we returned some of the record keeping to its original form, and I would ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption. Senator, we're on the committee report. The motion before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this isn't my normal thing, but I have gotten a lot of outreach on this bill, and I know the sponsors have done tons of work on it, and there's one remaining issue that I have a constituent who reached out to me about it, and then just today have gotten a whole 3 or 4 or 5 letters from people who provide fertility services both here in Colorado and outside of Colorado. So I would like to move Amendment L39.
One second. Can you give the amendments to the clerk, Amabla? There is an amendment at the desk.
Okay.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L39?
Amendment L39, amend Ring-Gross Bill, page 11, line 16, after portion,
Senator
insert.
Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is pretty much of
Senator
a
Mobley.
tech.
Do you want to make a motion?
Okay, I move. You see, I don't do this very often. I move L39.
That is a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Mobley.
Thank you. It's a technical amendment. It is about some confusion that was created during the whole process of the bill about what material these clinics need to provide and where they need to provide it. And it's pretty simple. It's just asking to clarify this, and the people that reached out to me said that without that, it would make it very difficult for them to operate here in Colorado, and I asked for a yes vote.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Boulder. We appreciate that, but we have made extensive amendments to this, and at this point it's just becoming a little bit confusing, and we feel confidently that we've addressed this issue, so we're asking for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, I don't have my bill folder like right in front of me, but I want to speak in support of this amendment. One thing that we heard loud and clear in yesterday's hearing, after having a multi-big strike, it wasn't even a strike below, it was just this multi-page amendment, and then further amendments, I voted no on the bill simply because I had no idea what it even said anymore. And we heard testimony that indicated that the amendments that were provided were very helpful to the conversation, but there were still some things missing. And I know that this amendment is intended to kind of put the bow on things and make sure that this bill is doing what the good sponsors really wanted it to do. So I urge you to consider a yes vote on this amendment because we need to make sure that we are creating legislation that really does what is intended and make sure to positively affect the bill that was passed, I think, a couple of years ago, which is, I thought what this is what the plan was with this legislation. So I really, I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I appreciate you listening.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't claim to be an expert in vitro fertilization, but my daughter is because she works in this industry. She works in a clinic in Loveland, and I was discussing this bill with her at length over the course of the last couple of months since I had a copy of the draft, and I rise in support of Amendment L39. As we were reading through it, I understand what the sponsors of the bill are headed for, and I feel like that's the best thing for the industry for sure. There is definitely a circular reference inside of the bill. That reference does create some confusion, and I feel like this amendment helps to clean up that circular reference. And rather than sending the industry in a circle, chasing their tail, trying to figure out what to do with this new bill that intends to do good, we should get it clean from the outset here. So right now, right here is the time to make those things. It's much more difficult to do it after the fact. So please vote yes on L39.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L39. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L39 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1259. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1259 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1267?
House Bill 1267 by Representative Pascal and McCormick and Senators Winter and Amabile, concerning support for statewide energy strategies and in connection therewith modifying the electric vehicle grant fund within the Colorado Energy Office, allowing the community access enterprise to reduce the retail delivery fee it imposes, regulating retail electric vehicle charging, and making an appropriation.
Senatorial 5. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1267 until Monday, May 4th. 5th, Monday, May 5th. Oh, stop.
The motion before the body is to lay over House Bill 1267 to Monday, May 5th. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1267 will be laid over till Monday, May 5th. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1269?
House Bill 1269 by Representatives Wilford and Valdez and Senators Ball and Kipp, concerning building decarbonization measures and in connection therewith creating a building decarbonization enterprise and making an appropriation.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I move HB 1269 and the associated committee reports.
To the Finance Committee report.
This is just a clarification. Yeah.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment offered on this bill in Finance was a small technical amendment to fix an issue that had been caught by the drafter.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Kipp.
Hi, back in 2021, I passed HB 21-1286, which was a bill about building decarbonization and basically making sure that we are working to have more efficient buildings and energy use. And with the pandemic and everything else that has gone on, it has become very difficult for our business community to comply. So we are coming back. There have been conversations all throughout the interim between the business community, the environmental community, and we come today to you with HB 21 or HB 25-1269, which will still get us eventually to our climate goals, but also ease the burden on business until we are able to get there. And we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further. We're to the bill. We are to the bill. Who? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the bill, House Bill 1269, so we did hear this in Finance Committee. And I, even in committee, talked about being conflicted a little bit about what we're trying to accomplish and, I don't know, making sure or trying to avoid some really negative consequences if we don't act. And then you have to bear with me a little bit. After we heard this bill, we heard another bill, 1268, that, and it's a 53-page bill, but on page 23 of that bill represents, there's language in section 4, building a decarbonization enterprise. I went, well, wait a minute. We just heard about building a decarbonization enterprise in 1269. So it got me bouncing back and forth, trying to figure out what we were doing, creating the same enterprise in both bills or both policies. And that led me a little bit further to trying to understand, actually went back to this bill into 1269, and sure enough, in part of the discussion, really they're not characterized as definitions. It just says, this is what this means when you talk about, and it lists several items, and one of them is called an on-bill program. It means a utility's on-bill program through which energy efficiency measures, electrification measures, and energy upgrades installed at a participating customer's premises that is associated with the utility meter are financed through loans that are repaid through monthly utility bill payments. I went, well, wait a minute, I don't think we actually talked about that in House Bill 1269. So I met with the drafter. If you do a search of the bill, and search for on-bill program, you find this definition, but then no other reference to it anywhere else in the bill except in the summary. So I sat with the drafter afterwards and then met with the sponsors the next day or two and went, there's an opportunity to make a bit of an adjustment or change and correction to the bill. And so
There is an amendment at the desk.
On the desk.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L27?
Amendment L27, amendment gross bill
Senator
page.
Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L027 to House Bill 1269.
It's a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So following up on that, there's actually, again, a definition in the House bill, in this Bill 1269 that's no longer applicable with no on-bill program conversation in this bill. So the bill strips that language, lines 15 through 20 of the re-engrossed bill. Ask for your support for L027.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. We do thank the good senator from Alamosa for catching the error in the bill, and we agree and we ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have Amendment L27 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to thank the good senator from Alamosa for pointing out an issue with the bill that improves it. I think we'll have some discussion on this bill, so before that happens, I want to talk a little bit about what happens if this bill does not pass. If this bill does not pass, there are fines that will go into place next year, and they will be hefty. The covered buildings, there's about 8,300 of them in the state, could be subject to up to $60,000 per year in fines. That's not reasonable, and the goals that were set in the initial legislation were laudable, but there have been intervening circumstances, notably COVID and the collapse of the commercial real estate market. This bill is a step back. There's an agreement between the business community and the climate community to take a step back, change some of the ways that this program works, reset baselines, extend deadlines, and most importantly, create the ability to help some of these businesses comply with the law. So what this bill does is it avoids an enormous financial impact, potentially, on industry, and relaxes many of the rules and goals that were put in place for the sake of working together towards compliance. I encourage and I vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I disagree with my good colleague from Denver. I don't think it was the pandemic that showed that that highlighted the bill and the pushing back a year or whatever. I think it was that this bill was erroneous to begin with when we did do it because of the burden that it put on the business department or the business community in the state. And the reason why I say that is because when this bill was first ran, I was a county commissioner and I fought it at CCI because it did not spell out exactly how agriculture should be exempt. It said 50 square feet or more was used in that space. We had to go back this year and actually say ag buildings are exempt and spell out what the ag buildings were. Because of what kind of burden that would have put on agriculture to have to do some of these decarbonizations part of the bill. I do appreciate that this was brought. The only problem is that we wouldn't need this bill if we wouldn't put that kind of regulations on the big business community and how they're dealing with it. So I do have a few of the some amendments here that would probably help the business community to make sure that we're not hurting them any further with some of these regulations. So I'll start off with the first one.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L23?
Amendment L23.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L23 to 1269.
What's a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Pelton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment reduces the requirement that buildings reduce their energy uses by 13% in 26 and 29% in 2030, down to 10% in 2026 and 24.5% in 2030. We're just reining this in a little bit. This bill increases energy standards for buildings far beyond what we asked them to do only a few years ago. Let's reduce that slightly to make it easier for them to meet their goals. That's what we're doing. We're asking them with this amendment. We're asking to make it easier to meet the goals of this bill, and I ask for an aye vote on L23.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the good senator from Sterling for bringing this amendment. I encourage a no vote on this amendment. This bill, again, represents a compromise that was agreed upon by the business community. So I appreciate my good colleagues' support for that community, but they have agreed that this bill includes targets that they think they can hit on the years that this bill outlines. And given that that is reflected in the deal that is this bill, I encourage a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment L23 is lost. To the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I didn't hear the no's, so I just. All right, well, let's try this again. So let's try a different amendment to see what we can get done.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L24?
Amendment L24.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L24 to 1269.
That's a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment reduces the requirement that buildings reduce their energy uses by 13% in 26 down to 10%. We're going to be requiring building owners to make substantial changes to their energy usage standards with only 1 year's notice. Let's make it a little easier for building owners to meet the standards while still requiring them to meet the increased standards in the future. So that's what this one does. I ask for an aye vote on L24.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very similar to the last amendment. We've got a deal that business agrees on. This isn't it. And in that vein, I encourage a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L24. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and Amendment L24 is lost. To the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, let's try a different one.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L25?
Amendment L25.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L25 to House Bill 1269.
That is a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment reduces the building decarbonization fee to $250. This is right in between the current laws fee amount and the increased amount found in the bill, which is excessive. Building owners can use this extra money to hire consultants that they have chosen instead of having to rely on the expertise of the enterprise or just put money towards fulfilling the emission requirements. So this is actually lowering the fee that's in the bill. I ask for an aye vote on L25.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly admire the perseverance of my good colleague from Sterling. I encourage a no vote. Effectively, what this is going to do is this is going to mean there is less support for businesses to comply and decarbonize, something that we've consistently heard that they want to do. So encourage a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So personally, if I were running this particular amendment, L025, I would make that number 0, because I personally don't feel that building owners should be compelled, and that's kind of what's going on here, to pay anything to support the energy office or an enterprise that is purported to perform this work. But it's not my amendment, and I do rise in support of L025. You know, commercial property in the state of Colorado, perhaps not everywhere, but especially here in Denver and surrounding areas, the property values have really suffered since COVID because in the case of office buildings, many people, many businesses left, their employees left, went home to work, and have not come back. The vacancy rate in downtown Denver is extraordinary and hasn't really improved. And we've seen so many different really negative things happening in downtown Denver because of that, because when you don't have people working in buildings, you don't have people eating in restaurants, going out for lunch, or maybe out after work for dinner. We've seen the real decimation of what was an incredibly vibrant downtown area. And that's affected property values, it's affected property taxes. But this is the thing is, you know, why is our immediate reaction to policy that didn't work, why is our immediate reaction to grow government? Because that's what this does. This $400 per property is only going to grow government at the state level. It's not going to fix what is a fundamental issue. I mean, maybe if COVID hadn't happened, things would be very, very different. And maybe these building owners would be able to comply with a policy that we're not going to debate at this point in time. But I do rise in support of this amendment because I don't feel like building owners should be compelled to pay $400 per year to grow Colorado state government. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. A lot of these buildings are owned by small businesses. Their margins are tight. So I think reducing this to $250 makes a lot of sense. To have them put this kind of money into meeting some sometimes unrealistic climate goals, I think does not make sound financial fiscal sense. So I rise in full support of this amendment to give some relief to our small businesses and really all businesses that drive this economic engine to help fund this building, which gets funded way too much anyway. So I rise in full support.
Senator B. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other thing I would like to just point out a little bit is Colorado used to be a business-friendly state, and we're getting to be more and more we're not business-friendly. One of the reasons why is when you looked at the property taxes, you know, houses, and don't get me wrong, I mean, I love the Gallagher Amendment when I was county commissioners, but it did cause some issues, especially in Sterling, where you had the residential rate go down quite a bit, but then you had the commercial rate stay up at 29%. So it put a lot of burdens on the commercial property that was up and down the main streets. And it's the same way here in Denver. You know, to put rules like this on the businesses, it's just really hard for them because what happens is that just gets passed on to the person who's buying the products in those businesses. So to lower this fee, it's going to help those businesses to be able to maybe spend more money to decarbonize or to hire consultants, like I said. I think that we just need to lower the fee, make it more business friendly, and I mean, it's getting to be a little ridiculous on how many rules we do put on businesses here in the state. So I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L25. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L25 is lost. To the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one final amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. I take back my comment. Will the clerk please read Amendment L26?
Amendment L26.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L26 to House Bill 1269.
That's a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Pelton.
This amendment separates and reduces the fines for administrative violations. Administrative violations, such as forgetting or reporting deadlines, are much less impactful than performance violation. This amendment returns this distinction to the bill and makes these slip-ups much less punishing for building owners. All we're doing is we're just saying, hey, if there's a mistake, you shouldn't be punished over it, and that's what this does. It just takes away it separates and reduces the fines for administrative violations. I ask for an aye vote on L26.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the intent of this, of course, is for folks never to have to pay fines. It's geared towards compliance. That's part of the reason this bill exists. Avoid fines, focus on compliance. While I'm up here, there were a couple things that came up in the last amendment, but that pertain to the bill that I would like to point out, though. You know, a good senator from Castle Rock was talking about Denver. Everybody here spends a lot of times in Denver. This is my district. Another component of this is that downtown Denver was a central business district. That's how Denver was built. So when the pandemic hit and we had a huge change towards remote work, Denver has a much higher percentage of remote workers than the rest of the country, than the rest of the state. A lot of that activity went away, and those neighborhoods weren't mixed neighborhoods. They weren't mixed residential, commercial neighborhoods. That's going to change. There's commercial to residential conversions. There's some new development happening downtown, but it's going to take a really long time. And that is part of what we're seeing here in Denver. And to that point, to the bill, there was some mention of small businesses. This bill applies to 8,300 buildings. They're really, really large buildings. They're buildings like the buildings in downtown Denver. For the most part, excluding buildings in rural Colorado, but for the most part in urban areas, these are buildings that are part of portfolios. These are very large companies. These are not small businesses who own towers worth tens of millions of dollars. So that is really the portion of the business community that is on the other side of this that we're working with. Again, this is a collaborative bill built with them and with environmentalists to take a step back as we look to comply. Encourage a no vote on Amendment L26 and a yes on the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have Amendment L26 is lost. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 34.9% vacancy rate. Let me say that again. Downtown Denver, office vacancy rate is 34.9%. And that is how many years after COVID? People have gone back to work, but they're not coming into the office still. These building owners are not, so they may be owned by a portfolio, but ultimately their portfolios are owned by smaller investors. They're owned by REITs. They're owned by, heck, probably the state of Colorado, by PARA in their investments, which might explain some of the rates of return that we actually see. Because if you own office buildings pretty much in any downtown area, especially Denver, your rate of return is not good. It's not good at all. And so to force building owners and managers to comply with law that was written 4 years ago is an extraordinary hardship on those businesses, because that's what they are. And then you talk about other types of businesses that own large buildings that are subject to this. And it's simply untenable. It's untenable for them to be able to comply. I 100% agree, and I agree with some things in this bill, like changing the benchmark. The benchmark should not have been 2021. It should have been 2019 or 20, and I'm grateful to the bill sponsors for acknowledging that that was perhaps not quite the best line in the sand to draw. I agree with the bill sponsors when they say that increasing fines right now looking at 34.9% vacancy is not reasonable. I agree, it's not reasonable. I think any increase, any fine at this point, any fine at all, is unreasonable. How can we, in good conscience, as a legislative body, impose policy on people who are simply trying to provide housing, office space, retail space, fill in the blank? How can we continue to impose policy that is so very punitive? So we're lowering the fines instead of whatever their fine was going to be to $400 for everybody, and you have to pay it if you choose not to upgrade your building to whatever standards are deemed appropriate. This is not free enterprise. This is not the free state of Colorado. This is additional burden on businesses, property owners, and it's not okay. There's a reason why we've landed at the 8th most regulated state for business in the entire United States. There's a reason why we're there. This is one of them. This is one of many of them. And I have a hard time acting like we're doing our businesses such a great favor by lowering their fine to only $400 each per year. I mean, really? What that is doing, and you can look at the fiscal note. So if you check out the fiscal note, the way that this is calculated, so you have the decarbonization fee on an annual basis. It's $400, and multiply that by 8,300 businesses, and that gives you $3,419,600 in 27-28. That goes to operate the Colorado Energy Office. So at a time when we have a structural deficit with our budget, and the Colorado Energy Office is not getting the funding that they want, they create an enterprise that they can operate under. Brilliant. We are growing government on the backs of our business. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I spoke a little earlier and we were talking about adding an amendment, I was really, and I touched on, I was conflicted on how to deal with this bill. And largely in that space that I don't generally agree with the policy, but the alternative of doing nothing is more problematic than accepting the bill. So I'm really struggling what to do in that space. But I did want to talk briefly about the creation of an enterprise. There are on occasions here, generally I say no to enterprises, but there are occasions here in the General Assembly where it is actually the right approach, where those that contribute or pay into the enterprise, they benefit directly from the fees that they pay. I've talked before, I manage the Rio Grande Water Conservation District where we've created 6 enterprises, and I know how they should function, and that clear definition of, again, those who contribute are the ones that directly benefit. And like I think this creation of this enterprise in this bill is actually the appropriate use of an enterprise. And again, that weighs into the the calculus I'm trying to make of do I support or not, I think this is the second time in this session where the creation of an enterprise I thought was the right approach versus the easy approach to go, no enterprises are good. I think this is actually the right use for one. So still trying to figure out where I'm going to land on the bill, but weighing all those circumstances and appreciate the language about the creation of an enterprise and using it the way I think it was intended to be used. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before a division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1269. All those in favor, please stand.
Hey, he's standing just because he's not in the well.
I know. I've heard that before.
Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. House Bill 1269 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1271?
House Bill 1271 by Representatives Gilchrist and Brown and Senators Doherty and Michelson-Jeanette concerning changes to practices related to federal benefits for youth in foster care and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Doherty.
I move House Bill 1271 and the Health and Human Services Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
In Health and Human Services, we ran some amendments at the request of the counties, cleaning up some clarifying language and clarifying potential confusion around when a county is required to apply for benefits or apply to become a representative payee, and we would urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Michelson-Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we adopted an amendment that pushed the program out 2 years.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it. And the
Yes.
Appropriations Committee report is
Not for this one.
adopted. To the bill. Senator Michelson-Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is an important opportunity to make right for the foster youth, for our foster youth, that they should have access to their parents' death benefits. These children are legally entitled to these benefits, and while the child welfare system needs more funding and support, forcing these children to pay their own way is not the answer, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1271. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1271 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1274?
House Bill 1274 by Representative Garcia and Senator Michelson-Jeanette concerning the Healthy School Meals for All program.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we live to serve another day, and that is a beautiful thing. For me,
Senator Wallace, real quick. We need a
move.
motion.
I'm sorry. I move House Bill 1274.
That is a proper motion to the bill. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, sir.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Do you want me to do it?
Will the clerk please read Amendment L5?
Amendment L5, amend Ring-Gross Bill page 28 after line 8, insert section 13 in Colorado Revised Statutes 22-82.9-302. Amend as amended by
Senator
Senate Bill.
Michelson-Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is I move amendment L005.
That's a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Michelson-Jeanette.
This is a technical cleanup suggested by JBC staff to ensure that our bill is aligned with Senate Bill 214. Our bill has a few sections that are contingent on different ballot measures passing. We have to align this language in multiple sections to ensure a seamless process between the two bills. It's purely technical, but it's long because we have to replicate it for different sections. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L5 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so grateful to the good senator from Commerce City for letting me join her on this legislation. This is critical legislation to help keeping Colorado's children fed. In my district, in Boulder County, about 12% of residents have access to less than one serving of vegetables a day, and about 39% of Boulder County's Latino children are living under the poverty line, which is about 4% higher than the national average. Organizations, food banks across the district, like Sister Carmen Center in Lafayette, the Erie Community Food Bank, and Longmont Food Rescue are working to combat what is a rising growth in hunger that we have seen across Colorado. And this hits most particularly close to home in our schools and with our children. So HB 1274 will allow Coloradans the opportunity to combat this growing hunger crisis. If approved, it will also further funding for the Healthy School Meals for All program. So this program ensures every student has access to nutritious meals at school, and it is not only imperative to help address the hunger crisis, but to ensure that our students are successful in school. In short, feeding kids strengthens our communities for each of us today, but it also makes us more successful in the long run. With that, I ask for an aye vote and thank my the good senator again.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1274. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1274 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1291?
House Bill 1291 by Representatives Wilford and Froelich and Senators Winter and Danielson concerning measures to increase protections for persons engaged with transportation network companies.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that 1291 lay over two bills.
Okay. The motion before the body is to lay over House Bill 1291 two bills. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1291 will be laid over two bills. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1296?
House Bill 1296 by Representatives Garcia and Zokai and Senator Weissman concerning the adjustment of certain tax expenditures.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move 1296 in the Finance Report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Our drafter caught a drafting error. We fixed it in the Finance Committee. I ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Weissman.
In House Bill 1296, we do a number of things to just try to bring our tax statutes back to their original intent. We make recommendations based on tax expenditure profiles from the Office of the State Auditor, make some conforming amendments, and add a couple years to some tax expenditures intended to benefit child care providers. I ask for a yes vote on 1296.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1296. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1296 is passed.
Do I need to go sit down?
There we go. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1311? Real quick, before we do that, members, if you want to speak and you want to be participating, we need you in the well, okay? And that's going to be the request, and that's how we're going to operate. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1311?
House Bill 1311 by Representatives McCluskey and Soper and Senator Roberts concerning the deduction for free bets allowed for the purpose of calculating net sports betting proceeds and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1311 and the Finance Committee report.
We're going to be in a senatorial 5. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw my motion.
Your motion is withdrawn. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the immediate reconsideration of House Bill 1296.
The motion before the body is the reconsideration of House Bill 1296. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1296 is reconsidered. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1296?
House Bill 1296 by Representative Garcia and Zakai and Senator Weissman concerning the adjustment of certain tax expenditures.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, take two. I move House Bill 1296 and the committee report from Finance.
That is a proper motion to the Finance Committee report.
All right, members, as noted, a drafting error was brought to my attention by the Office of Legal Services, and we ran an amendment to fix that drafting error in the Finance Committee. That is the content of the committee report, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
All right.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'll say the same thing I said before by way of brief introduction for the record, and then looks like we're going to have some discussion here. First thing I want to note is this is a totally different bill than the introduced version of 1296. So if you have the introduced in your bill folder or on your screen, please throw it away. There was a strike below amendment in the House Finance Committee. So we're talking about a different mix of things here. At a high level, what are we trying to do in 1296? Keep various provisions of our state tax laws to their original intent, where experience has shown they have fallen out of sync. Members may know we do something called tax expenditure profiles, or TEPs, by the nonpartisan staff at the Office of the State Auditor. We have an interim committee on tax policy that I've been on 2 years in a row. We discuss the findings of that office. A number of the recommendations that have come from nonpartisan staff in those TEPs are found within this bill. We repeal a few things either that have already expired on their own terms or that have been found to not be working by the OSA. We do actually extend a few tax credits within the bill. We have a few different provisions that are intended to incentivize the creation of child care facilities, essentially. We know that is a needful subject in our state. We use tax policy to encourage and incentivize things that are needful, so that's in this bill too. With that, I'm going to step back and we'll start talking about some amendments.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heard this bill in committee, and it's got some great things in it, and it's got some things that might need a little bit of adjustment. My favorite part about what's in this bill in 1296 is the child care worker tax credit. I really feel like it's important that that continue, and I'm very much in favor of that part. There are some other components of the bill that I feel like could be touched up a little bit.
There is an amendment at the desk.
And so...
One sec, Senator Bright. Will the clerk please read Amendment L18?
Amendment L18, amend reading gross bill page
Senator
29.
Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L18, House Bill 1296.
That's a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Bright.
So I feel like this amendment extends the implementation from 26 to 27. It pushes back the start date on the economic zone tax credits. This will make some changes that will give folks a little bit more notice to be more prepared as they step into the process. Just would encourage that little bit of breathing room here, so I would encourage an aye vote on L18.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote. We are in the enterprise zone part of the bill. That's Article 30 of Title 39. What this part of the bill is doing is imposing a soft cap of $2 million, which is a pretty generous tax incentive, on the amount of an enterprise zone credit that can be certificated. I call it a soft cap because there's a mechanism in here. There's a mechanism in here with a fair bit of process and submission of evidence and consideration of that evidence for the $2 million soft cap to be exceeded. The reality is, and the fiscal note shows, that we certificate very, very few of credits that are this big anyway. The fiscal note basically speaks to one, in the first year. So what we want to do with enterprise zone credits is incentivize behavior in what might not otherwise happen in economically distressed parts of the state. What we don't want to do is sort of hand out windfall rewards. So we think it's a reasonable policy, and the Department of Revenue is ready to start implementing, and OEDIT is ready to start implementing starting 2026. So I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L18. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have Amendment L18 is lost. Senator Bright to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L19?
Amendment L19.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L19 to House Bill 1296.
That is a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the importance of including the extraction of oil and gas or hard rock minerals to claim the economic zone tax credit. I feel like that's something that needs to be included in this bill. And I feel like it's the oil and gas industry provides the state with hundreds of thousands of jobs, billions of dollars in economic production. We should be encouraging that investment in oil and gas, not pushing it out of the state. So I would encourage an aye vote on L19.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote. Again, as noted, there was a strike below amendment in the House. The introduced version did propose limitations on the enterprise zone credit for the economic sectors talked about in this amendment. That came out of the bill. These industries they're back in the game. They are not excluded by means of the re-engrossed text that is before us. So we don't need to say that they're eligible because they're already eligible. So I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L19. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have Amendment L19 is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I have an amendment as well.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L17?
Amendment L17, amend re-engrossed bill, page 21, line 23, strikes section and substitute section, except that the Colorado Economic Development Commission shall allow all waiver applications in full for an income tax year if the amount of state revenues as defined in section 24-77-103.6 6C for the state fiscal year that begins during the income tax year is forecast by either the Legislative Council staff or the Office of State Planning and Budgeting to exceed or actually does exceed the excess
Senator
state.
Frizzell.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I zoned out. I move Amendment L017 to House Bill 1296.
That is a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, sir. Members, I bring this amendment. It requires the Colorado Economic Development Commission to accept all economic zone tax credit cap waivers in years that the state will be in a Tabor surplus. We have been in a Tabor surplus the last several years, and we are forecast to be in a surplus for a couple of more at any rate. And we need to guarantee that economic zones can keep their money when the state is not allowed to spend it. I ask for your aye vote.
Senator Wiseman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is a super interesting amendment. I am going to ask for a no vote for a mix of reasons. Again, the adjustments we're making to the EZ or enterprise zone credit is pretty soft, a pretty mild change. We propose a soft cap at $2 million. That is a fat tax credit. And again, it can be exceeded where a sufficient showing is made. I don't think we want a complete showing, given we're starting from a pretty generous redesign of the policy to begin with. Also, I have actually done some work in terms of triggered tax credits in the past. There's a bill moving through the system, I think, coming from our colleagues on the Joint Budget Committee to adjust that, because experience has shown that economic forecasting, even as good as the people that we have here, the legislature, is uncertain. So I think now we're in a time, given all the federal uncertainty, we don't want to compound that with more state-level uncertainty. And again, we have a generous enterprise zone incentive already with the bill. So for those reasons, I will ask for a no vote on 17.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L17. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L17 is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I wasn't in finance, I didn't hear this bill, but this bill has some huge implications in my district. So with that, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L23?
Amendment L23, amend re-engross bill, page 20, line 18.
Senator
strike.
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L023.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment has to do with aviation, the aviation industry. You know, Colorado kind of leads the nation in aviation, which means, you know, Coloradans have some high-paying jobs and great benefits that go along with that industry. In my Senate district, I have more airports than any other senator in this chamber. They may not be the biggest, but I have the most. And in Senate District 35, spray planes, aviation, ag aviation is very big in my district. And so with that, this amendment would help that industry. So I ask for an aye vote for 023.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, appreciating that we do have interesting aviation interests or businesses in our state, the philosophy of enterprise zone credits really revolves around location dependency. You're going to sell aviation fuel where there's already an airport. What we want to do when we're handing out tax credits, for the most part, is to try to incentivize behavior that wouldn't already be happening or wouldn't have reason to happen. Clearly, there's a market to sell fuel at an aviation fuel at an airport, a landing strip even, and there's not if there's not. So the judgment here is to preserve the location sensitivity. Also, and you know, we could look at this, we're talking about for use in motor vehicles. So I think, you know, now that I look at it further, I think maybe the aviation concern, you know, isn't even captured. So at any rate, just to not confuse matters, I will ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L23 is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Disappointing with that, you know, enterprise zones are also there just to help expand and bring more industry in, even if it's already in a part of the state that's already established. But disappointing that one didn't pass, so here's another amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L24?
Amendment L24, amend
Senator
re-engross
Pelton.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move Amendment L024.
That's a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Pelton.
Thank you. You know, like I stated right before I gave this amendment to the desk, these enterprise zones are also used to expand industry, expand businesses in these zones. This amendment would also apply to gas stations. So with that, I would encourage an aye vote for L024.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A member, similar argument to the previous, and I don't think that we had, because we're talking about motor vehicles, I don't think the aviation concern is even in the bill. This one, again, it does come down to location dependency. We all know those intersections in our areas where you got 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 gas stations around all 4 corners. Why? Because it's a high traffic area, because there's an independent sufficient reason, short of tax incentives, to locate there, to capture people coming and going in a way that is convenient for them to fuel up. So that's the reality we think of how fuel is sold. We do want to be a little bit careful with the tax policy in terms of incenting things on the margin. So I will respectfully ask for a no vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are many communities in my district that only have 1 or 2, sometimes a maximum of 4 stations in their community. So anytime we could give a tax credit to expand that type of business, give more business opportunity, would be a great thing. So I ask for approval of 024.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L24. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L24 is lost. To the bill, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to address what I just can hardly believe is an evident misunderstanding of how technology works. Here's how the bill currently actually reads. It says on page 20, beginning line 11, and I'll skip over some of the details, says a taxpayer is not allowed a total credit amount against the tax imposed if the qualified property is directly used in the retail sale of gasoline or diesel fuel for use in motor vehicles or a wireless telecommunications facility. Now, let me read this again. Taxpayer is not allowed a total credit amount against the tax imposed if the qualified property is directly used in the retail sale of gasoline or diesel fuel for use in motor vehicles or a wireless telecommunications facility. Wireless telecommunications facilities are not powered by fuel, by gasoline or diesel. They're just not. And in fact, so Cat 5, FYI, does not mean Caterpillar. It's not a Caterpillar that runs on diesel. Cat 5 is Category 5 cabling for wireless, for wires, for telecommunications. All right, that's all actually my attempt at humor. That's not really the reason why I'm running this, but
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L25?
Amendment L25,
Senator
Amendment
Baisley.
Ringross Bill.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L0252, House Bill 1296.
It's a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, aside from the punctuation that really would have clarified things, even so, when a taxpayer is not allowed a tax credit amount against the tax imposed if the qualified property is directly used in the retail sale of gasoline or diesel fuel for use in motor vehicles or a wireless telecommunications facility, this would exclude the wireless telecommunications facility from that sentence and therefore limit it just to the use of fuel, gasoline or diesel in motor vehicles. So I would encourage an aye vote on L25.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will ask for a no vote. May surprise the good senator from Woodland Park. I'm quite familiar with Cat 5. I've pulled many, many thousands of feet of it in a prior life. We're probably up to, what, 6C now? Because you're not going to get 10 gig Ethernet over Cat 5, that's for sure. At any rate, grammatically, members, I think you can read it this way. If the qualified property is, A, directly used in the retail sale, et cetera, we talk about that, or B, or is a wireless telecommunications facility, I think is the grammatical answer to the tax policy. Again, we want to preserve enterprise zone credit certification for location-dependent businesses. As we know, as we have transitioned to 5G, those locations need to be very close together just as a matter of how the tech works and how the customer base expects the tech to work. And I know we do a ton of other policy around here to promote wireless. We had a bill earlier this year, I think, by the senator from Summit County. I've supported a lot of that. I don't think we need to be redundant with respect to the enterprise zone credit, so I will ask for a no vote.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I would like to point out that the good senator from Aurora was the only one in the room who got my humor and did not think it funny. I don't understand that. Thanks. I vote,
Seeing no
please.
further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Amendment L25. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No! The noes have it. Amendment L25 is lost. To the bill, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am going to speak to the bill because I've heard from the Grand Junction Area Chamber of Commerce and also the Fruita Area Chamber of Commerce in opposition to House Bill 251296. I'm not sure that the Senate received this letter, but here goes. And this is from the Grand Junction Chamber. On behalf of the Grand Junction Area Chamber of Commerce and in strong solidarity with our neighboring communities across the Western Slope, we are writing to express deep concern and strong opposition to House Bill 251296. While we represent over 800 mostly small businesses employing more than 45,000 people in Mesa County, this issue extends far beyond our city limits. House Bill 1296 does not reform the Enterprise Zone Investment Tax Credit Program. It dismantles one of the most effective tools rural Colorado has to attract investments. By capping easy tax credits at $2 million per taxpayer beginning in 2026 and excluding key industries, including the oil and gas extraction, aviation, fuel retail, and wireless telecommunications infrastructure, this bill strikes at the heart of the economic engines driving development, not just in Mesa County, but throughout Region 10, the Northwest Enterprise Zone, and rural communities statewide. And the data is clear. In 2024, the industries HB 251296 would exclude accounted for 65.02% of all enterprise zone tax credits claimed across the Western Slope. These credits supported $84.7 million in capital investment in Mesa County, Region 10, and the Northwest EZ combined. If this bill passes, the majority of active investment in rural Colorado would be disqualified overnight. This is not hypothetical. It is a direct threat to jobs, infrastructure, and long-term economic viability in regions already working against geographic and economic headwinds. The Western Slope depends on targeted incentives like the Enterprise Zone program because they make a tangible difference. These tax credits are not giveaways. They're growth multipliers, attracting capital where it's needed most. Gutting the program won't level the playing field. It will pull up the ladder for communities still climbing. And for what? A projected $10.5 million in increased general fund revenue by 26-27, gained by stripping successful incentives from rural areas and redistributing that capital elsewhere in the state. Grand Junction Chamber of Commerce urges a no vote on HB 251296. The data, the impact, and the voices of our communities all say the same thing. The bill goes too far, and it puts rural Colorado economic future at risk. The Fruita Area Chamber pretty much said the same thing, and for that, I'll be a no vote on House Bill 251296. It's a shame that it could ruin the Western Slope.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all have the right and, in fact, the obligation to bring the concerns of our respective communities here to the well. I've certainly tried to do that this year. I do just want to clarify, because I think that particular communication might have been written to an earlier version of the bill. Hard rock mining continues to be eligible, oil and gas continues to be eligible for enterprise zone credit certification. I did want to share from the fiscal note, and this is the most recent one dated April 30. So again, we're talking about a $2 million soft cap on credit certification. With reference to that number, LCS says the following: for a taxpayer to generate a $2 million enterprise zone ITC or investment tax credit, total qualified investment must be at least $67 million from 2015 to 2024. On average, only about 3 projects anywhere in the state generated an ITC that magnitude or larger. So I think across the state, most of the credit certification that will be going on is going to be below that number and won't be impacted. Again, it's trying to make a pretty small change, and those industries that were noted, mining, oil and gas, are not changed in the current version of the bill text before us.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to talk about Senate District 5. And, you know, we're getting a reputation here in this building that a bill comes out, everybody gets up off the dead center, and it's changed somewhere, and our people are not aware of it. So some of the testimony that's come this afternoon have been not in regard to the bill as we see it. But I think that's an indication of how serious we are on the Western Slope, particularly about enterprise zones. And a lot of times that's the only place that a community is growing or doing anything. We need to be thinking about those kind of things, and I'm concerned that we get so technical here that a lot of times average people don't understand what we're doing. And so the first thing they say is vote no. I'm concerned about that. A lot of folks are technical here. They know what they're talking about, and they talk rapidly so that they understand, nobody else does. But the point I'm trying to make is, when people call me and they're concerned about these things, I need to speak about them. And that's what I'm here to say, is the economic development zones are certainly of critical importance in rural Colorado. Let's do everything we can to help them rather than make people worry about them or hurt them. Thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heard this bill in committee this week and was hoping to engage with the sponsor. I know he's wrapped up in all the amendments, and I don't have an amendment to offer. I know this conversation briefly came up in testimony, but I'm referring to the re-engrossed bill, so I'm on the most recent one. In Section 16, credit against tax investments in certain property. The question is really on the next page, on page 20, paragraph 2A, and it really talks about where you're not, a taxpayer is not allowed a total credit amount against blah, blah, blah. And a taxpayer may not claim a credit pursuant to this subsection 1A if the qualified property is directly used in the retail sale of gasoline or diesel fuel for use in motor vehicles. I'll leave the wireless telecommunications facility out of it, but I'm trying to understand who are we targeting in that space? How do you define a piece of property that is directly used in the retail sale of gasoline? And the question came up about like co-ops. Certainly sale of gasoline is a portion of that, but by far their biggest their revenue stream comes from fertilizer and materials and a number of other things, but are they captured in this constitution of what is directly used in the retail sale? Who are we trying to capture in that space? That's just a question.
Senator Weissman.
Yeah, thank you. To the question, and what the prior amendment got to and what I've been speaking of is think of your standard gas station. Now, the point was made, and again, we're talking motor vehicles, so let's take the aviation context off of the table. I think on a standard definition, we would probably take like agricultural tractors and things like that, maybe off the table. As to directly used, I want to be a little bit careful about getting too much into hypotheticals here. I think, again, enterprise zone credits, ITCs, are, I think, well understood in this state. If you will, there's probably a community of folks who try to avail of them, and we want tax policy that we put on the books to be availed of. I think if a taxpayer in an enterprise zone, as defined, and there's a whole LCS memo on that, thought that they were eligible. Notwithstanding this, maybe I got a pump over in the corner, but my enterprise is really something else. I'm not really, this property, this qualified property, isn't directly used, ... You always have the ability to go make the argument to the certifying entity under OEDIT, and then if you get your tax credit certificate, attach it to your return and go from there. So, on the tax policy on the books end of it is where I tend to spend most of my time as to how the certification goes. I think that there's going to remain guidance from the relevant certificating entity and probably a little bit of flexibility and discretion and implementation as there should be.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the good senator from Aurora. Appreciate that. And then actually the next paragraph.
Senator
actually
Simpson, we'll have you
outlines-
talk into the mic if you can.
Actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Aurora and an explanation. And then really the follow-on paragraph is an avenue to seek a waiver. So I think that's how you address these kind of unique set of circumstances. But appreciate the dialogue. Thank you.
Seeing no further, thank you, Senator Simpson. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1296. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1296 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1311?
House Bill 1311 by Representatives McCluskey and Soper and Senator Roberts concerning the deduction for free bets allowed for the purpose of calculating net sports betting proceeds and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1311 and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we deleted some redundant language that was caught by the drafter. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further conversation on the Finance Committee report, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, House Bill 1311 is a bill that will greatly increase our ability to invest in our state's water projects and water needs by slowly ramping down the ability for sports betting companies and casinos to deduct free bets from their taxable obligation that the voters approved in 2019. Proposition DD in 2019 allowed for a 10% tax rate on sports betting proceeds that the companies receive. But in the implementing statutes, there was an allowance to deduct some of the free bets or the promotional bet revenue that those companies received. In a bill in 2022, that got ramped down a little bit, and this bill proposes to, over time, ramp that deduction down to 0%. It is not an increase on the tax rate that the voters approved of 10%. It is just making more parts of the proceeds that these sports betting companies get subject to the voter-approved tax rate. If you look at your fiscal note, this will be immensely beneficial to water in Colorado. As you know, 90% of the revenue from the tax already goes to Colorado water projects, and we see about $30 million a year now. If this bill passes and becomes law, over the next few years, we will see an additional $11.5 million going to water in Colorado, increasing our investment by over 25%. I do want to make note that an amendment was done in the House in conjunction with the sports betting operators. They are supportive of those amendments, and they are not opposed to this bill. There was also a commitment from the Speaker, who is the House prime sponsor of this bill, the Governor's office, and the environmental and water advocates, that if this bill were to pass, there will not be, there's an agreement to not run legislation or ballot measures related to sports betting taxes for the next couple of years. So with that, I will just note that the sports betting operators are not opposed to this bill. They have been very good partners in wanting to support Colorado's water plan and funding our water needs, and I appreciate your support for House Bill 1311.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll lay you odds that there might be some teachers from the Commissioner of Education's Teachers Cabinet watching this debate today. I think there's a 100% certainty that something of that nature might be happening. Since we're talking about wagering, sports betting, online sports betting, I thought it was important that we lay odds that we might be being observed by some teachers at some point during the course of this conversation. Colleagues, I would, I rise in defense of just general business principles and a clarity of the conversation. We all love water in Colorado. Water is incredibly important. Funding the water projects is something that we must do, and we choose to do. My perspective is we should probably be square about the fact where we're raising the money, how we're raising the money, and when we are, in fact, raising taxes on the businesses of Colorado. Now, you don't always have to raise someone's rate in order to raise their taxes. And that's what this bill would do. Does it walk down certain exemptions from taxable revenue that have been in place? Yes, that's exactly how it does it. And it's the net effect of a tax increase on a legitimate business that does business here in Colorado. The real challenge I have around this as a business guy, and I'm here defending business, if you will, is this has the effect essentially of taxing an industry on their marketing budget. Now, I've had any number of companies over the years where inevitably, and kind of the general rule of thumb was somewhere between 25 and 35% of my overall budget, net revenue, or total revenue, so about 30% was marketing expense. If someone had come to me and said, hey, we're going to now collect income tax on your marketing budget, I would have said, whoa, time out. No, absolutely not. You get a piece of my net revenue, you have no business taxing my marketing budget. Well, that's essentially what this is. Now, no General Assembly can bind a future General Assembly. Deals get cut. We say we'll manage something this way or we'll manage something that way, but that agreement tends to not last longer than one General Assembly. But that doesn't mean that the principles agreed to should not last. In fact, we have brought into Colorado sports betting, and originally part of the discussion was we'll bring it into Colorado, we'll run ballot initiatives, we'll do the work, and part of how we'll sell it is we'll talk about it being in favor of supporting our water projects. Okay, that's how it was sold to the public. But at the same time, the rules of the road were laid out on exactly what the structure for that tax would be. Now, this bill, as the bill sponsor correctly represents, because he's always square in his presentation, I'm grateful for that, does not raise a rate, but it does increase taxes. And that's why I'm standing here waving my arms and yammering. I want people to understand we've got to be sensitive to and attentive to when and where and how we pinch the ability of businesses that generate economic activity in our state to continue to provide their services, to sell their products, to engage in their business. This bill, in my opinion, creates a pinch. It raises taxes in a way that was not previously intended. And yes, can you renegotiate? Of course you can renegotiate, but this is not a renegotiation I can support. So I rise in opposition to 1311. I appreciate the conversation. Take sports betting, take gambling, take it as you will, but 1311, in my opinion, is a tax increase that we should take a pass on, and you can take that to the sports book or you can take it to the bank. You make your choice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sullivan.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is my yearly obligation of coming to the well to speak about sports betting and the changes that are happening to it. We seem to be delving into this each and every year. And as a person who is incredibly excited about next week when I will be in casinos betting on games and having my sports apps back in place. The questions I have on this is, I understand the whole business about funding our water and a incredibly noble thing for us to do, and it has been beneficial to our water industry. But I caution this movement towards the gamblers who are funding your water sources, that you continue to kind of squeeze them out. The free bets. Jamie Foxx promises me free bets. Kevin Hart promises me free bets. I'm hoping that there's still somebody who's in the state of Colorado that's going to give me a free bet, because everybody else is doing it, and I hope that we're going to be doing it here. So maybe that's my first question. Are you going to eliminate free bets completely at some point? I will tell you, I had actually 2 online sports books from the casinos right here in town. Both of them have gone out of business, pulled up stakes and left. They're still big sports books. One of them is the Superbook, which is one of the biggest sports books in Las Vegas. They pulled up stakes. They're not here any longer. Betfred, another one. You'll see that on the sidelines of every NFL stadium. They've left town. So I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that we're making it more difficult for them. They're not getting the proceeds that they want. I hope that activities like this don't impact them, but I know personally I don't have an app on my phone right now, and maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. But just a couple of questions on that, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. And I do feel bad for those casinos next week because you'll be taking all of their money, I'm sure. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Centennial for the questions and the minority leader for the comments. I just want to make a couple things clear and try to answer some questions. So the bill doesn't say you can't do free bets. The companies can still do that. There's no policing of that behavior. They will be able, or the bill directs that over time, the deductions that the companies can take for offering those free bets will go down. Many other states do sports betting now. Colorado is one of the first, but since 2019, many other states have put in place sports betting, and they tax sports betting. The average tax rate, the average effective tax rate across the country is 18%. Colorado's is only 10%. And our effective rate is actually much lower than 10 because of the deductions we allow and will even continue to allow if this bill becomes law. So why certain sports books may be leaving Colorado, I don't think is directly related to this. Obviously, this bill hasn't become law yet, but we have a much lower rate than the national average. And other states that have a smaller population and a smaller market for sports betting are collecting more tax revenue than Colorado is. So I don't think that it is directly related to the ability to offer free bets or how much of free bets they can deduct. But again, there is nothing in here that says Jamie Foxx or Kevin Hart can't be in Colorado offering free bets. That will still be able to continue. It will be an individual business decision by those companies. But voters asked for this. They asked for us to have an effective tax rate of 10%. Our tax rate is much lower than that right now. And because of the dire situation of our water future, I think this is a reasonable middle ground that we should move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, and we're at the heart of the question now. The question is, can you still do free bets? Can you still do what's called in the bill promotional bets? Of course you can. But we're going to tax you on them. That's the problem. Now, how many businesses, when they discover it's not about net income that you're going to get taxed on, but about your marketing budget? Well, the marketing budget is going to shrink. So to those who would like to have free bets and the promises of Jamie Foxx and his marketing draw, be aware that, in fact, those free bets are likely to go away. Those promotional bets are going to disappear when we as a state are saying, yeah, we get a rake. We're going to use gambling terms here. We get a rake off the top of your promotional budget because you owe us the big. Then the reality is those bets are going to go away. To the question of effective rates, well, Colorado should never be in the business of racing to the bottom. Do other states charge more? Sure, I hear there's states back on the East Coast that charge 20, 30, 40%. But that doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. I don't think Colorado should ever be in the business of chasing business, chasing opportunities, chasing enterprise and economic vibrancy away. So again, opposition to 1311. I appreciate the bill. I appreciate what we're trying to do. And most of all, I appreciate the water of Colorado. Let's keep more of that in Colorado, perhaps, with some water projects. So I like that, just don't like the way we're going after it here.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, because I know everyone's enthralled with this debate, I just want to make for a final point. This is about tax obligations for businesses. The businesses directly implicated by this bill are not opposed to this bill. We have worked with them closely. An amendment was adopted in the House. The businesses implicated and affected by this bill are not opposed. And we are grateful for their partnership that is helping us support our water future. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1311. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1311 is passed. We will be in a senatorial 5. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until later in the day.
The motion before the body is to lay over the balance of the calendar to later today. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over till later today. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
Best chair of all time.
Have you got a cow? So you have to stand on this side around a cow. That's a rule. I'm kidding.
I've never done it before. 267 is that one later. I'm a team player.
That's exactly what you're doing now. You're being a team player.
I might want a different team to speak in favor of your cow. Okay. Jonathan, I don't think it's.
Where's Mark? Oh, you know what it is?
What?
Where's Mark? I can't have her back.
Hey.
I'll call. That's what I'm talking about, dog. She's on her way. We will wait until she gets here. Hey, whose voice is that, man? Who are you impersonating? Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Marchman to the roll. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 2nd, 2025. Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1094 as amended, House Bill 1122, House Bill 1163, House Bill 1171 as amended, House Bill 1259 as amended, House Bill 1269 as amended, House Bill 1271 as amended, House Bill 1274 as amended, House Bill 1296 as amended, House Bill 1311 as amended, passed on second reading in order to revise and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1291, House Bill 1328, House Bill 1333, House Bill 1065, House Bill 1295, House Bill 1249, House Bill 1309, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1320, laid over till later in the day, House Bill 1267, laid over until May 5th, 2025, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to House Bill 1259.
Amendment S001 is Senator Amabile moved to amend the report of the Committee
Senator
of the Whole.
Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to House Bill 1259.
To the amendment.
So this is just what we talked about on seconds. There is a problem in the bill. I think a lot of you have gotten emails today from some of the providers of fertility services where it's inconsistent in the direction that is providing. And these providers feel like this is going to make it impossible for them to follow the rules. And so this just fixes that error, and I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, President Coleman. We are asking, members were asking for a no vote for the same reasons we asked before. We have worked very hard on this bill and want to be sure that everything is doing as it says it does. And we do not believe this is the right direction, so we're asking for a no.
Further discussion. There is further discussion. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was, as I mentioned before, I was in the Health and Human Services Committee meeting yesterday when this bill was presented, along with many, many amendments. And we had a lot of very important testimony. I think that the intent of this bill is really, really good, and yet we are not, I don't believe that this bill is where it needs to be. And in fact, one of the people who testified was the former president, not nearly as wonderful as our current one.
Come on.
But still, very, very familiar with this subject, involved in the previous legislation. He provided us with a somewhat detailed information on how he believed it was best to proceed with this bill, which is what this amendment does. And so I stand in support of the good senator from Boulder and ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on S001. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S001 to House Bill 1259. Are there any no votes? Senators Michelson Janae, Winter. These are no votes on S001. Kip, Judah, Wallace, Doherty, Cutter, Weissman, Henriksen, Sullivan, Coker. You Beyonce now? Coker. Exum. Destiny's Child. All right, there you are. Please add the president. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excuse, S001, the House Bill 1259, is adopted. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1094 is amended. 1122, 1163, 1171 is amended. 1259 is amended. 1269 is amended. 1271 is amended. 1274 is amended. 1296 is amended. 1311 is amended, passed in second reading, order of gross place account of third reading and final passage. House Bill 1291, 1328, 1333, 1065, 1295, 1249, 1309, 1001, and 1320, laid over until 5/2/2025, returning into place on the calendar. House Bill 1267, laid over until 5/5/2025, retaining its place on the calendar. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes Senate Bill 301, amended on third readings as printed in House Journal May 2nd, 2025. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes Senate Bill 289, Senate Bill 161, Senate Bill 26, Senate Bill 167, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 40, Senate Bill 315, amended as printed in House Journal May 1st, 2025. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith. Senate Bill 50, Senate Bill 118, Senate Bill 296, Senate Bill 283, Senate Bill 312, Senate Bill 313, Senate Bill 314, Senate Bill 298, Senate Bill 317, Senate Bill 300.
That's it? Nice. Message from the Revisor.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 26, 40, 161, 167, 186, 289, 301, and 315.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1335 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart and Senators Bridges and Amabile concerning the determination of the extent of the availability of income tax credits that are contingent upon the compound annual growth rate.
Appropriations. I'm distracted from, no, put the headphones back on. Okay. All right. Announcements. Majority Rodriguez. Oh, announcements. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appropriations will be meeting upstairs in room 357 at 3:25, and we will be hearing House Bill 1078, House Bill 1159, House Bill 1220, House Bill 1223, House Bill 1268, House Bill 1332, and House Bill 1335.
Is there a correction? Good? Okay. Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we will break for appropriations. We will do a call to come back once appropriations finished. Take a little break, stretch your legs, go get some air. I don't know, are the hamburgers starting? I don't know if that's starting yet. But we will come back and go back into seconds and finish the rest of the calendar. So on that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate recess until 3:30 p.m. today.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess until 3:30 p.m. today.